I mean, Landon just told a really great story.
Chaz with the queen jack.
These guys are gambling. This is $500 in there. Some of these guys haven't looked at all.
2-3, the dirty diaper takes down $2,300.
Everyone is stunned.
$2,300. All right, welcome to Rounders Card Club in beautiful San Antonio, Texas. This is Rounders Tonight. I'm JT. In the booth with me again is Ethan. Ethan, welcome. How you doing tonight?
Doing great. This one's going to be a super fun one. I've played with a lot of these guys in these 2-5 games, and I know for a fact all of them are fairly action-based players. So it's going to be a really fun one to see where everyone goes. Everyone is pretty deep. I would say most of them bought in for at least $1,500, so it's going to be a really fun one to see. You're going to see some crazy stuff, especially because they're so deep. 300 big blinds is probably one of the lowest ones. So
Gotcha. And you can see there's Drew, Bet on Drew, our boss, and he's out there making sure that everybody knows there's no phones at the table while we play. That's one of our rules here. Chaz is getting his picture taken, so we can have his picture up on the screen here so you guys can see who's playing each other. You'll see Poker Traveler. Ceddy's in seat 1. How is he doing this weekend?
Oh, yeah. He just came back from a really good run at Choctaw. I believe he got 9th for $22,700 in the Choctaw main event. He's been doing really well this year, having a really deep run in the WSOP main event, and then also just getting some really good cashes overall. So he's been grinding. I believe he actually just hit 300K in live earnings, so that's impressive to him. Congratulations to Ceddy. And it's actually going to be a fun dynamic with Ceddy in seat 1 and Chaz here, and I believe it looks like seat 6. And, you know, I think that it might be a strategic thing that they sat farther away from each other because maybe they don't want to get too into big pots, but I still think it's going to be pretty crazy.
Right, and I think we're going to be 1 or 2 seats open. There's still some guys getting here. You know, with the daylight savings time and traffic and everything, it does throw a wrench into things. It feels like it's a lot later outside than what it is, you know, so your timing gets off a little bit. But, yeah, they seem like they got a couple $1,000 on the table. Look, Chaz has a lot. I can't see his black chips, but I'm going to say he's got 3,000 on there. Ceddy has a 3,000 as well. Looks like he's got a stack of blacks.
And I'm calling it. I think in the first round, in the first orbit, I think we're going to get an all-in and stack up. I believe we're going to get someone going all-in and then someone matching stack for 6K in the first orbit, just with the lineup that I see. It'll be just really fun to see how overall it goes.
Yeah, it looks like we're looking at $3,000 stacks right there.
Yeah.
I mean, they got stacks of 20 blacks, 20 greens, and reds, so we do have the white dollar chips, basically just for tipping. There's the red $5 chips, the green $25 chips, the black $100 chips. We don't have any $500 chips out yet or any of our orange plaques, which I love to see those orange plaques in play.
And it's crazy. You can see here, everyone pretty much bought in for the max. So this is going to be a great one. Even Chubb still has 300 bigs. And he
right? He's a short stack?
He's a short stack.
Right.
Yeah, so we're definitely going to see some fireworks, and it looks like everyone came to play. You know, it's always hard to buy in for the max when you're starting. So, kudos to everybody.
Yeah, well, while they're setting up and getting the last things organized, let's go over the South Texas Poker Championship that's going right here at Rounders Card Club in San Antonio, Texas. Event 1 was a monster stack, $40,000 guaranteed. Was well over $40,000. I think it was a $72,000. Something like that, really high. Congratulations to Edwin Standish, who won that one. That's Event 1. Event 2 went down, was the mixed game one. John George, congratulations to him winning the the big game mixed game. That was a $10,000 guarantee. He took that one down. Congratulations to John George. Event 3, which was our $300,000 guarantee, which finished last night on our. We did a live stream last night. You did a live stream with Drew.
Yeah, that was a great one, actually.
Yeah, and we saw the chip leader go coast to coast and take that one down.
Yeah.
Randy Chavez finished. He won over $60,000. Congratulations to him for Event 3.
That was the goal, dude.
Event 4, I played in Event 4. That's the Big O event. Didn't do well. Got not card dead, just couldn't make a hand. But congratulations to Brett. Brett ended up taking down Event 4, winning the PLO tournament. And then our own dealer, Ashley King, great dealer here at Rounders Car Club, took down the PLO event number 5. Congratulations to her. She did a great job beating everybody in that field. The PLO is a great game. You play a lot of PLO.
Yeah, I was actually in that. I was chip leading for quite a while.
You were?
Yeah, but I ended up.
You got caught up in a hand, huh?
I got coolered like twice, and that was it. But I had like 6 times the average stack at one point. So
wow.
Yeah, and then but I'm glad Ashley won because I've known her for a while, and she's a very nice person.
Yeah, and she plays great. She's very tough to beat, and she works here as a dealer, does a great job dealing. So thank you, Ashley, for everything you do here. And then last night was another monster stack, no limit hold'em tournament, while we were streaming the final table. And then Trey Myers took down that event, which is Event 6, I believe, which was over $55,000 in money, and it's guaranteed $40,000. So congratulations to Trey. What a great win. That's over 200 players he went through.
Dang. That's
so
crazy. One for the young guys.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, we're getting the stream underway.
Yeah, and we get already off the bat 8s under the gun. This is going to be actually a really good open here. I believe that there was a straddle to 10. Yeah, you can see because they're so deep, Chubbs doesn't really need to raise here in position. He can just call with hands like King Jack suited, and that kind of just like defends his range in general. Like if he's calling there King Jack, then he can definitely have other hands that are a lot stronger. And that's a fun flop. I would have liked to see a continuation bet with the 8s here. Do you want to really protect your 8s on a board like this?
Right, because now comes the scare card, right?
Yeah, and this is a weird card to bet on, but I guess he's thinking if everyone checked the flop that maybe they would have bet with an ace, or they might have raised him, but he takes it down. First pot's always the best one to take down, in my opinion. I think that's like that's one of my superstitions. You know, if I get down to a table, I always want to win the first hand.
If you don't win the first hand, you can't win all of them, right?
No, I instantly rack up if I don't win.
Right. Time to go and move to another table.
Yeah.
Well, Alex, yeah, I was surprised he bet with the ace on the board because he had 8s, 7 high flop. Should have bet there. He would have taken it down anyways.
Yeah.
I don't think anybody would have drawn at it. And we're getting a lot of straddles out right away.
Yeah, second hand. I wonder where it's gonna go. Someone's gonna lose the straddle. It's gonna turn into a 5-5 straddle with possibly with Chaz being in the way. Oh, and Chubb's open folding pocket 6s here, so you can kind of see that his strategy is probably going to be a little more weighted towards strong hands. If people see that in the future, I'm not sure if they can see the stream out there, but that could be really important for the future.
Yeah, I think he wants to take down a few pots, build his stack up a little bit. He is the short stack at the table. Still 300 big blinds, but he's going to be a short stack at 1,500.
And it looks like a raise here from Ceddy. Yep. Already starting super strong. And I like this. In position, straddle. There's a lot to play for. Very good raise there by Ceddy.
And he shows the 3 only. He didn't show the ace.
Yeah. That definitely can tilt seat 9.
Alex is in seat 9, yeah. I'm surprised Scrubs, he's seen that 3, go, man, I had 6s. I was good. I could have might have taken one down. 2 aces were gone, so it leaves 2 aces left.
Yeah, and it's actually really funny because with straddles, it gets a little crazy, right? So the straddle is 45. So Chubbs actually ends up having only about 40 big blinds at that point. So, if you look at tournament ranges, you definitely want to be raising with the sixes there. But cash games are, there's always like infinite number of possibilities of choices you can do.
Right, and the game is 2-5. We got 2, 5, 10, 20, 40 already, and then Big Daddy Chaz is bumping it up to 80. And then Dominic with the ace deuce of clubs is going to make it 200. So I'd like to see what Chaz has.
Yeah, Chaz, I think Chaz is the straddle here, actually. Yeah, Chaz went for the re straddle.
Oh, okay, I got you.
And it shows up with a pretty decent hand to defend with. You're almost going to always want to defend in the big blind, so Chaz's range is going to look like absolutely every hand in the deck, even 7 deuce suited, is going to want to call here because of all the dead money. So this flop just favors Chaz immensely. Oh, but it looks like
Ace high is good. Oh, he flopped the wheel.
Did he flop the wheel? I thought I saw a
Yeah,
6
ace
on
deuce.
there.
Oh, I did. Yeah, right.
Okay.
I don't know if what we're seeing, the 3, 4, 5 is correct. If we see the board again. Yeah, 6. You're right. So he didn't flop the wheel. He needs a 5 for the wheel, or actually he'd have a 6 high straight.
Yeah, and I think Chaz can bet on this turn a lot with the 7.
He has more equity, right, with the diamond draw now, even though it's a paired board?
Yeah, and also his range is going to and he gets there. Now, I wonder I think he might go for another check. Oh, okay, he's actually in position. Yeah, I would have liked to seen a bet on the turn. I think his range really favors this board. But I understand also you kind of want to take showdown, and you haven't really seen what Dominic has done yet. Dominic's actually the only player I haven't played with before.
And he can't get called by much, right?
Yeah.
Because he didn't flop the wheel. If he had flopped the wheel, he might have got looked up there. But Chaz makes it 600 and takes it down. He overbet the pot.
Yeah, and I like the overbet. He's going to want to be doing that with a lot of hands. He's going to be doing that with a lot of his bluffs, a lot of his missed straights, and I wouldn't fault actually ace-high calls there sometimes in a game like this if everyone is knowledgeable on when to call with ace-high. But, it's starting off, so a lot of the times when you're just starting the game, you really don't want to get too crazy, which you can see with, like, the 6s fold.
Yeah, definitely seeing him just getting his feet wet.
Oh, my gosh.
Look at the straddles going, guys.
I think that's a straddle to 160. That is crazy.
The room that needs it the most, no tablets.
All right, boys, we got 20 bigs. What are we doing?
We need some table talk on these straddles, man. If these guys are chatting it up, it'd be awesome. But
Yeah, that is insane. So now everyone has about 20 big blinds. This is where the game just gets crazy. And Ceddy waking up with 10s. This is a beautiful hand to get in this spot.
Wow, he bets 2,000 maybe?
Oh, no, he goes all in. I think my prediction might come true.
Oh, look, Dominic's getting more chips out. Is he?
He might.
Yes, he's getting.
So it seems like this game, I think they just want to get all in, and then they're really trying their best to be able to buy in more. I think these guys all want to be super deep, and I can see a lot of stuff happening here. Maybe some uncomfortableness from other players, but so far everyone has straddled, so you can kind of see all of them are a little ready to go.
Everybody's flexing.
Yeah,
Table full of
flexing.
bullies.
Yeah,
They're all bullying the bully.
it's not uncommon to play a 1-2-5 Texas game and for people to be 20K deep.
We
See
got
it all
a
the time.
$80 straddle, up to 80 right now. Alex in seat 9 says that's max. That's good.
One time only all night.
Yeah, and it starts to get really interesting in these spots because a lot of the hands that you're going to open up in this spot are going to be a lot tighter, but at the same time a lot wider. So we'll see how people play. I think it would be really telling what Matt C does here with King 10. You can do a lot of things, but going really big is somewhere you want to go in these spots.
Is 255 enough?
Yeah, and that is the sizing that they basically made this game kind of like a 40-80, and now they're kind of going for more standard sizings because of that.
A 3X on the straddle, basically.
Yeah, which still wouldn't be like super standard, but with the dead money, it becomes a lot more important to go bigger. So we're going to see some big pots really fast if they continue straddling.
Well, I'm JT. This is Ethan. We want you guys to hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. Drew is having us here for you guys to do that. Make sure you do it. Make Drew happy. We want to make Drew happy. Hit the like and subscribe right now, everybody. We're going to have a giveaway later.
Yeah.
JT special.
And Drew was here since 2 p.m. It's 7 p.m. right now, guys. He's been here since 2 p.m. getting these things ready, making sure that the stream's really good for everybody. So shout out to him. He's doing really well on everything with the stream.
And you and him streamed last night. So
Yeah.
luckily it didn't go as late as I thought. Honestly thought you guys were going to go well past midnight.
Yeah, I could have seen it.
But the guys decided to do a kind of a ICM chop. Not exactly.
Yeah.
Right? They guaranteed first and second place money, and then they played for an additional lump sum of money. And Randy took it all down. He was a chip leader from start to finish. So, again, congratulations to Randy for winning the $300,000 guarantee.
And we have a fun hand here. Ace high boards are going to be insane, and this is what the straddle does. Any ace high board is going to put Traveler in a really rough spot. And this is the problem you see a lot with calling with ace rack.
He flops 2 pairs.
Except for that ace high board. That ace high board is feisty. This is going to be a big one. And Chaz comes out swinging. I don't blame this. I think you're going to want to be betting this board a lot. Your range is going to hit it a lot. Now, it really depends on what I think Ceddy might want to raise here just because of their history together. And see.
Friends are friends, but I want your money.
Yeah.
Right?
And they both know, they're both going to be going a little crazy on these boards. Ceddy can do this with spade draws. Goes 425. I think that's a really good sizing.
And a snap call.
Yeah, and this is already going to be a big one. This is where my prediction lies, this hand.
So are you putting Chaz is reading him, Ceddy on a flush draw? That's why he's raising?
Yes, 100%. I think Chaz is going to do this with hands like 8-9 of spades, 5-4 of spades. Because of the straddle, your opponent's going to have a lot, but the 9 is actually really interesting. So the 9 gives hands like 8-9 showdown. So in position, you don't want to continue raising or continue betting with hands like 8-9 suited here because you just beat a lot of hands.
So Ceddy bets 1,000 into it.
And it was a snap call.
And
all in.
Oh, my goodness. A snap call.
Wow. Okay, well, my prediction was right, y'all.
In the first orbit.
Yeah, first orbit.
Yes.
And I think they might go twice. I'm not sure if Ceddy ever does.
I'm not sure either.
And
He plays a
river.
king. I think with 2 hands, where you have 2 pair, you worry about a straight draw, flush draw, or, like I said, a bigger ace hitting a kicker. You probably want to run it once.
Yeah, and this was like, that is the exact kind of board that Chaz will go all in with a hand like ace-jack on. There's just so many draws on this board that it ends up being a lot of the hands that Chaz isn't raising with are going to be hands like, again, 5-4 suited, 8-9 suited.
Right, and 8-9 of spades is a jamming hand, right?
Yeah, and I do think that the 9 on the turn, when Ceddy still bets, you might want to put him less on 8-9 hands, depending on their history. I think Ceddy's going to check there and get a showdown along with his draw equity. But it's hard to say because a lot of the history, it's really important. Is Ceddy always betting there with 2 pair?
With the worst hand.
Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah, he does look like Mike Hayes, right? I've actually told him that, like, hey, there's a guy in the gaming community that looks exactly like you, Ceddy. And what's funny is Mike Hayes does play poker, so I was trying to get him out here.
Well, Mike, you're welcome to play here anytime. Come on out to Rounders. Meet it with your boy Ethan. Come out, meet me. We'd love to have you here.
Now, I wonder if Chaz bought in for 6K again, or if he just went for the 3K. We'll see shortly. A lot of the times
Look at the straddles.
Oh, dang. Is that...
Golly.
Yeah, this is just going to continue to be a crazy game. That straddle is going to change everything. When you think about where Ceddy is, I believe they have a $200 straddle. Ceddy, even with that double up, would only have 30 blinds with the straddle.
I never heard that, dude.
Now, it gets a little different in live poker where, oh, and waking up with jacks in a spot like this.
Yeah, Matt has jacks.
Oh, maybe it was a wrong read because he folded. Oh, no, he didn't fold. He did raise. Okay.
No, he's the dealer, but he made it 275, maybe 300. I can't tell how many green chips are out there.
That's for Ceddy.
Yeah, I'm interested to see what Jason does with the king-queen. Looks like action is still on him. There's a lot of things he can do. Okay. It looks like he 3-bet, and then I think he got jammed on.
Yes. There goes 650.
Yeah. And that's what the blinds do. Is
Just
like,
testing the waters, right?
yeah, and also when you re-raise there with the extra straddles, it becomes really hard to bluff with the 4-bet jam. And that's just like the craziness of all of this.
We have 7-2 Jammer joining the stream. He's in seat 2.
I really didn't know.
Yeah, and 7 Deuce Jammer is a really good friend. I play with him in a lot of games. Played with him for a long time. Really nice guy. Hope he can run it up. I think he bought in for 500, so you know, trying to run it up. The straddles are going to be almost his full stack, but you know, happens. Now with the 40, sometimes you can jam the ace-9, but maybe not under a gun.
Nah, I didn't. No.
King Agard, how are you doing today, buddy? See you in the chat. Thank you. Chris Barth, how you doing?
Chaz waking up with 10s.
All
This
right.
is a fun spot because Chubbs only has about 12 big blinds. So ace-4 is going to want to be a shove here, but in reality, you know, 1.5K is a lot of money. You do not want to just be shoving 1.5K as if it's a tournament. And, you know, that 1.5K, I mean, when you think about it, is a buy-in to our 1 million guarantee.
That's
and
right.
there, you know, you could have turned that 1.5K into 400K, 300K, you know. But don't blame him. I definitely would open ace-4 suited, especially if they've seen that he's been on the tighter side. And it looks like they are watching the stream, so they might.
It's going to slow them down a little bit because they're going to see how everybody's playing, seeing what hands they can see.
Yeah,
But it is a 30-minute delay. Are we still doing a 30 minutes or 15 minutes right now? I'm not sure about the delay, but we do a delay 15 to 30 minutes, one of those two numbers.
yeah.
And so what they're watching, it happened, you know, a long time ago in our time.
Yeah.
So
Yep, and I think it's a good thing. I think it's better for the game if they can see that, you know, one person could be getting information from someone else that's watching the stream. They can go and like ask like, hey, what did they open, what did they raise? But if everyone has the same information, I think it's a lot better. Now Chubb's deciding to raise 6s in this spot in the cutoff. So I guess he's favoring later positions right now, which I don't blame. I think when you have a short stack, you definitely want to be targeting those blinds.
yeah, he was under the gun earlier with 6s. He decided to fold them, but late position, he's saying, okay, I'll take a chance.
Yeah, and I definitely understand that. I think taking the more conservative approach can be really good. And now everyone knows that he's folded the 6s early in the game, so they know that he might be on the tighter side given a stack. But then again, he's also done the straddles every time, which I think we've seen a little. It's kind of slowed down a bit.
Matt did make the call.
Yeah,
So it's heads up, Matt and Chubbs.
yeah, it looks like Matt limped and then called again to Chubb's raise.
Trying to get Matt to move his cards, I guess, so we can see him in the reader.
Yeah, just be a second.
back here, right?
And that's a board you definitely don't want to see of 6s. Snap checks back. I think this is a mistake that a lot of people make, is the snap check back.
We got the chat.
it just screams weakness a lot of the time, especially when you're on a stream game. And the 8's actually going to be a decent card for him.
Yeah, well, yeah.
I think he is going to fold to a donk bet here, or a lead. Sorry. And this is actually a very high-level play, going for a donk bet here, is a lot of people kind of associate donk bets as being bad, because a lot of the time you should be checking out of position with almost your whole range, but it's become a lot more recently. Leading is actually a really good tactic. And 6s get counterfeited.
Yeah, counterfeit no matter what. Any card higher than a queen plays if they both have low cards, right?
Yeah.
Pocket 4s versus pocket 3s. But other than that,
He has to take a stab at this.
anything higher than a queen, ace or king, he's going to.
I would have liked to see a bigger sizing, but I definitely could see him doing this with a lot of his value, and he gets a quick fold. I'm guessing that Matt had something along the line of Jack 10 to 10-9, and possibly some other hands. He could actually fold a queen there, but regardless, nice hand in Chubbs.
Yeah, Chubbs play. I think he made almost like a 3/4 pot bet. He didn't risk too much to win that pot. He put out 200, and he took it down. He had to know he could be good with a check from, is that Tony? Matt. From Matt, yeah.
And I think it's actually a really fun spot, because a lot of the time something that we kind of forget as people is like the power of numbers, which is like 100 sounds a lot less than 140, even though they're very much not that much different. So that's why the power of overbets are really strong, is like the ability to take down a pot for more than what both players have put in can be really good. So a lot of the times I would like to see a little bigger of a sizing on that spot. But regardless, like, I think you can never go wrong, especially when you have a tight image. You know, you're probably only betting flushes there on the tight image.
How do you like the dynamics changing with another player coming to the table?
It changes a lot, actually. So in general, short stacks will change the game because, I mean, there's a lot of dynamics with the short stacks, but short stacks kind of make it to where you're incentivized to play less hands. So you're not as incentivized to play a hand like 9-8 suited, because the short stack can shove a wide variety of hands that you just do not want to be looked up by. And then you'll be put in spots where you can't play the big stacks as much. And we can see Chubbs going with a quick check again. Again, I think this is a really bad thing to do that a lot of people do, that can just be exploited, which is here. But no, only losing 20, so it's fine.
All right, everybody. South Texas Poker Championship tomorrow starts day one. Our main flight, $1 million guarantee, $1,400 to get in. The blind level is going to be 40 for day one, and day two will be 50. You're going to start with 50,000 chips. Guarantee of $1 million. How does that sound?
Yeah, that's a lot of money.
That is a lot of money. And we're going to stream the final table. We're going to play it down to 9 on day two, and then stream the following day. It should be Monday. The final table of the $1 million guarantee.
Yeah, and that's going to be amazing. Lots of really cool people who come in here. We're going to have a really cool cash game on Friday with Ebony, Jesse Sylvia, Poker Guru, amongst other players. That it's going to be a 10-25, I believe. And that is just going to be off the chain.
Yeah, it should be a lot of fun, a lot of action. And I think you and Drew will be streaming that one?
I believe so. I'll have to ask Drew. But,
yeah.
Oh, and we actually have a pretty fun hand here. Blind versus blind. Alex is going to be betting a lot, but without the straddles, this actually becomes a normal hand. So we'll see how this goes, but Jack high board is going to be great. Ace high boards are not going to be great for Ceddy's range. They're just going to hit Alex a lot, and he recognizes that with this bet. This is a really good bet. Ceddy can really just not continue here a lot of the times.
Right, all he can do is raise.
Yeah. And sometimes you'll see people float, but this is not really a board that you want to float on as much. And float is the concept of calling bets with absolutely nothing in the hopes that you can get hands like runner.
And the pot wasn't worth fighting for. honestly.
Yeah,
You know what I mean? You don't want to put out too much money to win $30.
exactly.
It was blind versus blind. It had been a straddle every time until that happened.
Yeah, and there's sometimes in a spot like that you can do that with hands that have more equity, like maybe like 7-6 suited would have been good there with backdoor draws, rather than a hand like King Jack. 'Cause in general, you might just be drawing dead with the King Jack.
No hourly. 20 now, I mean, but yeah, 20, yeah. That's great shit. Pretty cool. That's sick.
But yeah, definitely never want to scoff at just backdoor equity, how that can play into effect, how implied odds can play into effect, which is just the idea that if you call now, in the future, you're going to make a lot more money. And Jammer calling Queen 5 suited here, getting in the mix, trying to show everyone he would not be bossed around.
He's just wanted to play right away. I didn't see he has a. Oh, I see.
Ooh, and that's 70s Jammer's board right there. But in reality, Matt picks up a flush draw. I do not like seeing Dominic bet this board. This board 4 ways does not hit him. He is going to get looked up by Matt C. But a 9 would be a fun turn card.
How's a spade going to play if it comes? Is Dominic never folding?
It really depends on how Matt plays it. I think if a spade comes right now, ooh, right on the turn. So this is actually a fun dynamic in that the 7, I think Dominic is going to want to check this more because the 7 is actually a card that's going to hit Matt a lot. So you're not going to get him off of any 7s. You're not going to get him off of any flushes. So now it really depends. What does Matt value? Does he value targeting hands like ace high or king high? Or does he value targeting hands like... Okay, so gets a quick fold. But
Yeah, he puts out 100. Dominic has nothing to pair the board. So,
yeah, and I actually sometimes would like to see a smaller bet than 100, which can be crazy a lot of times, but you kind of want to induce your opponent to make bluffs with hands that contain the ace of spades, versus like you're not going to be against any 7s when he's opening there from the cutoff. You're almost never going to be in a spot where you're getting value from something for 100, but you definitely, I think the power of inducing people to bluff is really underappreciated in live poker, just because the spot doesn't come up as much.
We need to fix it. Keep looking at it. Deuce, you can tell him to his name. Yeah, they have his name wrong. Thank you.
Yeah, we're back to straddling.
yeah, I
so
believe
that's great.
Chaz just put out $20 straddle.
Love to see it. Yeah, I guess after that first hand, where Traveler Traveler stacked Chaz, that's definitely going to be a hand that kind of sticks in your mind for the rest of the night, especially when it's so fast. You think, oh, I can't believe this happened just at the start of the stream. Open with 8s here from Matt. It's going to be a great spot a lot of the time. Chaz, again, is going to have to defend with almost all his range. This is just how straddles work. And the reason for that is the concept of dead money, which is the fact that there are about $20 in the pot, including or on top of the 20 that he already has in there. He's getting really good odds to call as well as really good implied odds to hit against hands like Matt might have ace king, for example. This is just one of the spots that he's not really good with the 8-5. And I think a lot of time we're going to see a bet fold really quickly.
Like, it's really hard for me to play like on right?
As predicted.
Yeah, and Matt seems to be a pretty good player. I can already see from a lot of the bets he's making. I think he understands where he is in a lot of spots. Something that I try to tell people a lot, especially like just when I'm looking over people and how they're playing in cash games, and they ask me like questions on what they might be doing wrong. Something I see a lot is people not taking time. It's okay to take 10 to 20 seconds and think about your next move. You're not tanking if you're taking 10 to 20 seconds. You're tanking once you take 30 to 40 plus. But
dude, I
10 to
have
20
fucking
seconds, I think
the
people
online
are
global
afraid
poker crusher on my
to,
left, and I got Luis spots
one,
for,
they want to see a lot of hands, but two, they're afraid to, like, offend anyone at the table. And really, like, you're playing for a lot of money. You just want to take
he
your
literally
time,
sits at all the high 16s.
realize what's going
Full
on.
ball, no one to play.
Right. And while you guys are watching this hand with
Yeah,
the
he's fucking
straddles
really,
and
really
the raise right there by Alex, we do have event number 7 going on right now. It's a $20,000 guaranteed mystery bounty.
Yeah, that one's a fun one. And it's a free roll as well.
Yes, and there's
Yeah.
187 players,
That's crazy.
376 rebuys.
Dang.
And we got ace 10 from
Yeah,
Alex.
And then, like, Luis just like targeting me
Yeah,
every
and
time I
Chubb's
raise.
calling with Queen 8 suited again. Doesn't want to be pushed around.
All the way from Chicago.
This is actually a
Like,
funny
literally
flop
every time I
because
raise,
Chaz
he's grabbing,
outflops,
and then
and
once
I
I got
don't
eight,
think
just
Chaz is
black
going to
off
fold
like
middle
this.
pair with the backdoor, but goes check.
Literally the only time.
He's
Ooh.
definitely not folding now, right?
Yeah, and this is kind of the problem with not betting as Alex. It seems like he's checking a lot when he doesn't have it. I like the way Chaz bet there. Is the way that he put the chips out was pretty fun.
Yeah, pot size bet too.
Yeah. Takes it down. Good. Little comeback. It's always good to take down some pots after you lose such a big one. Looks like we might be getting another player.
Dave, what is our biggest bounty tonight? Oh, so if you're out here or you want to come out the Rounders Card Club tonight, we have an hour and 50 minutes left of the $20,000 mystery bounty free roll. We have 187 players. The largest bounty is $4,000. You get a free draw at $4,000. The smallest is 100, up to $4,000.
That's crazy for a free roll, guys.
Free roll.
And that's amazing. And mystery bounties have always been one of my favorite tournament structures. I think it's so fun. It's really fun for everybody. The fact that you can, cash larger than like 4th place earlier in the tournament if you, get bounties, it's really fun. And like, it's not just going to the top 3. It's, it's a little more spread out in a nice way.
Right, and the bounties start once you reach the cash. You have to make cash.
Yeah.
And then as you eliminate a person, they cash out. You're able to go make a drawing for a bounty. So good luck to everyone in the tournament. There's 188 players right now. Should be over 200. We still got an hour and 40 minutes left.
Oh, and Chaz folding ace-5 there, which I like. Sometimes I'm wondering how crazy a lot of these guys are getting. But good recognition there that with the 3-bet. I'm sure he knows. And that's a fun flop. It's a flop that's going to hit Poker Traveler's range a lot and not hit Matt as much. But it's weird because the dynamics of this table have been a lot of 3-bet, 4-bets. So it's hard to say exactly where everyone is, and that just seals it. But Ceddy is going to have a lot of bluffs here. He's going to have a lot of random 10s. King 10, for example. Possibly even King 7 suited type hands. Matt does bet. And a snap call, again. I think people just need to take a little time on that. But
Yeah, I think Ceddy bet and Matt just snapped off 10 or $50.
okay.
So, and there's the ace on the river. That could be a.
But it is the ace of hearts, so I think that Ceddy's going to have less bluffs when it's the ace of hearts. And he leads out here. Ooh, but Matt, you can see his eyes. He's like, man, I got there, but I've been in this situation a lot. Now, if it wasn't a heart, I would say, yeah, you have to call. But I think with the heart, Ceddy just doesn't have enough bluffs here.
Right, he bet good. He's gonna fold. Yeah,
That's
he
great
hit the turn. He could have got lucky, made a flush.
Yeah. Yeah, pretty much all his bluffs got there. All his turn bluffs got there. Except for a hand like King 10, which...
He needed the ace of clubs, and Matt almost always pays it off.
Yeah.
But the flush got there. 3 of a kind got there. He just can't call. Said he's not betting there with air.
Said he was doing a little DJing with his cards there for a sec. Just trying to... A lot of times you kind of want to establish an image of, like, I'm crazy, And Ceddy has definitely done that in streams. And Ceddy can adapt. I've seen him adapt a lot. I've played with him. Sometimes he'll play extremely nitty. Sometimes he'll play way too loose. But other times he adapts and goes in the middle. So it's always fun to see him play.
Well, someone said in one of our streams before that he couldn't win with a short stack, so he bought in for 1,500 versus 5,000, and still wrecked the game.
Yeah.
You know?
That's gonna be like someone's gonna like question.
Yeah, and he's been a long time, pro here. Poker Traveler is his social medias. He's always posting a lot of fun content. You can watch him do his tourneys and stuff. Oh, and we see Jax with the short stack with the straddles, and we're going to see Dominator waking up with queens. This is a rough spot. I think Chubbs, with the way he's been playing, might just flat, but he can't really just flat here. Ooh, Ceddy.
Wow.
He should fold, but with the straddle, this becomes a spot where he can shove. Good fold, good recognition there. I can see Chubbs folding this, otherwise he has to go all
ripping
in.
it. He's ripping it. Oh, and a quick call.
Only has 2 plays there. Which
Either has one out, or if he has to make a straight, because Ceddy folded a jack.
Yep. At least the spades are working for Chubbs here, but it's going to be a hard way home.
For the all-ins and these, I don't know what
And this can be the problem with playing short stack is you don't get respect. You get raised really big, and you have to jam in spots and take these spots. At best he was going to be in a flip, and at worst it was going to be this kind of situation. So you see here, still backdoor straight outs.
Yeah, and he's a 9-10.
Doesn't look like Dominator wants to show his hand yet.
I think he did say he wanted to run it once, though.
Yeah.
There's a
Ooh,
9.
there's
Wow.
more
Said he has a
outs.
flush draw if he stayed in with the ace-jack, but
Yeah.
there's a 3.
Ooh,
Let's
couldn't
see.
get
Nope. They spread the deck. That's it. 1 run.
Ooh, and the slow roll by Dominator here.
The slow roll.
Ow.
He looks at his cards, looks at the board, shows his hand. I guess they have some history.
I like it. I didn't know we were doing that, but I like it.
Yeah, and everyone's laughing, so it seems like they have some history for sure.
With the Dominator, I like
It's always fun to slow roll your friends.
Right?
No, because I played a lot of games where it's like definitely encouraged. And I'm fine with
You catch me playing against Drew, I'll slow roll him 80% of the hands I win against him.
Slow roll
that was a long time.
Tell him 6 high, and he shows you 9 high, and you show him the jack high.
Well, one thing I always say when I'm playing against friends is you're probably good when we shove all in pre-flop and I have aces.
Right?
You're probably good. Don't do that with strangers, y'all. Only do it with your friends.
Right?
Super sad for him.
Then you're probably good if you make 2 pair.
I like that you stacked it. I think he should have to call it.
And they always flop a flush draw when I say you're probably good. So
It's always a sweat.
it's always a sweat. This is going to be an interesting spot for Jammer. He can't really raise and get away, so he is going to be raising, but the thing is, if there's a re-raise, it's a rough spot. Chaz can re-raise hands like 7-5 here. And this is why Chaz is calling the 7-5 is like, the most I can lose is 500, the least I can, win is 500. But the thing is, like, there's no, bleeding here. And a lot of the times, you're kind of being in a spot where, you think Jammer's going to have a 1-pair type hand like kings. And you just, you get away for $50 a lot of the times, or you make the 500 because Jammer is committed at this point.
I was going to say it could be a 4-6 board, which gives him an open and a straight draw.
Yeah, and Jammer's going to snap fold this to a bet.
I can't wait to see it on the freaking screen.
Yeah. And Chaz shoves. And here's the problem with being short stack is you have no playability. But that's okay. I definitely understand it. I probably would wait for better spots than Queen Jack if you're going to buy in for 500 and just wait to shove hands like 10s plus. Possibly even 8s plus, depending on your level of
Or do you want it?
risk aversion.
I'll do it if you don't want
Right. Does he have a rebuy? Does he have
I
two
don't know.
rebuys behind that stack? You know,
That's
Yeah,
something they don't
definitely.
have a
he's
nine.
They don't even have an 8.
that's a big factor on calling and playing certain hands.
Well, he's like,
Do I have a
we're
rebuy to
waiting for,
risk
we're
against
back to
these,
like we got young man.
high-end players?
they're waiting for like
Not that
poker royalty.
Jammer's not, but
Yeah.
it's a tough table right there.
No, it's a tough table, but
Would impress me.
specifically, playing games that aren't in your role. I mean, I've been there. I've had 50% of my role on the table before.
Like,
But playing games that aren't in your role can be very destructive.
but like, what's the level of like mediocrity?
And I think it's actually more
destructive.
destructive when you
Like
win
the lowest
in
level
games
of-
Yeah, like the lowest.
that
lowest
you're
level of
not
poker
comfortable
players,
in,
they'll be right back.
because
Oh,
then
that's
you
cool.
start getting a taste for it and
Like
you
if
start
poker
playing a
walked in
little,
with
That's a good answer.
Out of your range.
out of your range. Yeah, and I think a lot of poker pros have been there. You get ahead of yourself. You start thinking that you're king of the world. I can't name many poker players that play full time that haven't been in a situation like that.
Only old dudes. Like her.
The variance catches you eventually,
Yep.
I think this guy's just like super.
All you gotta do is put in volume, though.
right?
But like.
Volume outweighs variance.
You have to withstand it, which is hard to do sometimes.
Yeah, especially if you can't handle it financially.
Exactly. Not everybody has a. They say everybody's broke at a different level, right?
Yeah.
Hit two pair. Oh, I'm sure. No, I'm saying hit two pair.
6'4" wins a monster pot here of 52. Oh my gosh, $52.
It's 2-5 and they're making 52.
You want to call it?
Yeah.
That's 10 big blinds right
I
there.
remember when she's like.
In a normal 2-5 game in Vegas, that's a big pot.
And everybody looks at her and they're like, shut up.
Yeah, they thought no phones. Yeah, there's supposed to be no phones on the table, but every person has to have their phone with them at all times.
What if like.
Right? You can no longer go anywhere. You can't leave your phone at home. You might be late for a meeting, going to work, and you're like, oh, I got to turn around and get my phone.
Somebody like that.
It's hard for people to go to work without their phone. I've done it.
Yeah.
I've actually enjoyed it. Have a little peace and quiet from text messages or phone calls. But you always got to have it in case, something happens and someone needs to get a hold of you. Chaz is going to come in with the 8-3 of hearts.
Ooh, and looks like a re-raise by Dominator here. Trying to show everybody that he is the Dominator. Now, this isn't Jack 4, but it's pretty close to it.
And he just showed queens.
Yeah, it just showed queens.
So
He did go very big with the queens, though, but that was because of the stack that he was up against.
and he's getting two calls, Jason and Chaz.
Yeah, Chaz, I could see him going pretty much all three options are good, fold, raise, and call. I think call is the one I would take the least,
I see an ace.
but, well, that's a really good flop. I definitely think you're going to want to be on the lower end of just calling here when you're Chaz. I think I would like to see a re-raise, but just because he's out of position, I would have liked to see a big re-raise. But with his image, he might believe that he can get away with calling here, which is something that he can kind of see more flops because of his image.
And Dominator puts out a small bet of 55 just to see who has the ace. He knows right away, who has an ace.
Depending on how Dominator plays, he should always be betting this board at some frequency at this percentage of bet. So depending on what he knows about the game, he can go with an overbet here. He can go with 400. He can go with things like that. So depending on what he does, I think, okay, so he is someone who's probably studying a little bit of GTO, because it looks like he does go okay. So this is a sizing I wouldn't have expected, but this is pretty close. A lot of the time, GTO likes us to bet small on flops and bet bigger on turns, and that's something that seems like he knows. I would like to have seen a little bit of time on the call with the ace-3, just with timing tells, and that's a fun river. But I actually don't know if Dominator can bet again because there are just no draws for Chaz to have here, really.
Right, they both have an ace. They're chopping a full house no matter what, so there's no need to bet.
Yeah, Dominator is gonna be. I mean, Dominator needs to bet to win this hand. Oh, and Chaz leading out here. I'm not sure if I like this. I'm not sure what he's targeting, but they might have some history. He might be doing this as inducing bet. He might be doing this as maybe kings will call me all the time. But generally, I would like to see another check.
And then he shows queen.
But if you feel like your opponent is more induced to re-raise there when you lead, then you can have a lot of leads. You can have leads with bluffs there, and you can have leads with nuts there. But I think that about 95% frequency, live players are gonna just not be bluffing when they lead that spot.
Yeah, if the board's not a 10, he has value to raise with a bigger ace. But once the board's paired, if they both have an ace, they're chopping it. There's no need. You can't never raise there. You can only call. So without him having an ace, he has to fold. A 10, if he had a 10 in his hand, that'd be a weird card.
Yeah. More importantly, there's kind of just lines that you're supposed to take as you kind of learn the game more. That maybe 20 to 30% of the time you're going to lose money on, but that you need to go for it because 70% of the time you're going to win money on. And that would be Chaz checking there and then his opponent most likely betting versus the lead, which only really incentivize rebluffs, which,
It's hard to do that with that hand, jack high.
and some fast action already. The lettuce maker, first hand. If anyone, and we get ace queen suited, first hand against kings right away by Chaz. This is a strong one. We'll see, this will show us where lettuce maker is on the level of if he's more on the tighter side with just a call, or if he's on the I'm going to get Chaz here, I'm going to re-raise, which would be the right play a lot of the time, but I would not fault just a call.
He does make the call, wow.
Yeah, and out of position, you really want to be calling less.
Queen high board's going to get him in trouble.
Yeah. Yeah, with the stack depth out of position, he really should be raising more often, especially against Chaz, but I understand taking it slow. And the reason, y'all, that he should be raising is that when you're out of position, flops like this, you're going to just get bluffed out of the water by someone like Chaz, and flops like ace high, you're never getting value.
Chaz checked back.
Yeah. And that's a funny check back. I'm not sure. I think he does not have a king of diamonds. So you might be thinking that my opponent is on the tighter side, so you're just going to fold a lot of hands. So I'm interested to see how he continues this. I would have liked to see a bet of 60 on the flop, but I definitely understand this as well. Fast fold there.
That's funny. His first hand wakes up with a raise and then a re-raise.
Yeah, and some might think, well, he doesn't have a pair. He has ace queen. It's nothing. But the thing is, like, Chaz's range of hands is so wide that all the hands that you are getting re-raised by, Chaz is going to do that with ace 5 suited, ace 4 suited, ace 7 suited, ace 8 suited. He's going to do this with king queen suited. He's going to do this with king jack suited. He's going to do this with 7-5. He's going to do it with as many hands that he can continue to bluff with. So when you just call with hands like ace queen, you don't really allow yourself to actually play a lot of the times.
I was in that house 2 days ago. What are you talking about? He's like, dude.
There's actually something that I like to kind of explain to people who are just getting in, and it's that being too tight is the same, if not worse, than being too aggressive. It's the same amount of gamble. In the same sense that you gamble with a hand like ace queen by going all in, you're also gambling by just calling because you're just hoping for the best outcome. While when you're aggressive, you're hoping for the best outcome, but you're also allowing yourself for your opponents to fold, which adds extra percentage because if they end up folding, you win the pot right away versus having to hit. And if you do that, let's just say lettuce maker were to do that same thing 15 times, he would be out of the stack.
They're gonna keep the straddles going at least up to $10.
Wait, you didn't accept that? There's a good chance.
Oh, we lost Scrubs. All right.
If we do, you want to play?
Hey,
Yeah, I believe he lost the 1.5 and decided to leave. I know that they're trying to get the seat filled, I'm pretty sure, but we'll see. Regardless, all we really need is Chaz and Big Daddy. They're going to go really crazy, make this table really good. And we've seen Dominator also is about the same way.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
Wrong card.
Taking it down with the Queen 8 suited.
Ben, show the other queen.
Yes.
Oh, here it is.
Am I crazy? Is that Chaz got a new haircut?
Yeah, he's looking fresh. Got a nice fade.
Yeah, the fresh fade works on everybody.
This is the one. Here it is. Here it is. 125 Chubbs, 2 Bs. Dominator.
It's funny because they are watching. Everybody's watching how they've been playing with the TV behind the deuce.
Yeah, they're like, okay.
They want to see what everybody's doing.
The Jack 3, were you bluffing me?
Yep.
Yeah, it'll be interesting for Dominator to see that hand where he...
Well, how does that change for the players? We're able to see, like, Chaz had the ace, he had the jack, but...
Yeah, so it's really important to know that Chaz is... It seems like, you know, Chaz isn't targeting anything there, but it's really important for them to know, okay, Chaz will lead out with the nuts sometimes, so I don't want to be induced to bet here as much. Maybe I just want to call later on. There's a lot of theories of play in which allow for an equilibrium, which is like some people are over betting 60 to 65% of the time. Some people are under betting at that same frequency. So the more hands that you can see, the more you can understand these frequencies of what people are doing. And understanding these frequencies are the path to getting good. As you can see, Chaz understands the frequency at which Jammer is going to fold, which Jammer is going to fold a very large amount here. And even when he doesn't, Chaz is not going to be in a terrible spot. If Jammer has 10s, if Jammer has 9s, it's a flip.
Right.
And you might get him to fold hands like 8s and 7s, which are the same thing as if he had 9s, 10s.
Right, with him sitting on a short stack, he really can't take a chance to put out half. He can't call there ever. Chaz put out half his stack, so it's either a shove or fold. And he has to elect to fold there with the best hand, actually. But Jammer's going to see that next time, and he's going to decide, do I want to play here all night and try and win a couple $1,000s, or do I want to jam this $400, $300 against Chaz next time he raises me and hope I'm good?
Yeah. Yeah, and in that case, I would say he should probably try his best to fold a little more often and look for hands that are a little bigger.
Yeah, if he had a bigger ace, jack or higher, of course, probably ace 9 or higher, he might have rejammed. Especially if it's suited, just to take a chance against Chaz doubling up.
And we're back on the, oh, wow, he's raising here under the gun of 6-5. Now, we haven't seen this from Alex. I think he might be watching the stream and being like, okay, I think this is kind of where people are. Now he has a better understanding. And we'll see how he can utilize that. Doesn't look like he's going to get any traction, though. Under the gun range is going to look really strong. Oh, but here we're waking up with... I don't think he's going to continue, but I would like to continue in position when you raise the 6-5. This is kind of what you need to do a lot of the time.
There you go. You called it. In position, he's gonna call there.
And it's really important that he's in position. Position is probably the biggest thing in poker. It changes every situation by a lot, and this is actually a super interesting flop. I think Dominator, from what we've seen, is going to continue to bet here, and he's going to go small, most likely. Yep.
175. Just under 3/4. I mean, just under half pot.
I haven't played of Dominator, but it seems as if he is very studied, from what I've seen, at least a little studied. In that he's been doing a lot of very standard plays. I don't know what that...
Oh my gosh,
wow.
he turns it, but there's a flush draw for Dominator with a queen high flush draw.
Yeah.
Even though Alex turns the straight.
And I think he's going to continue here. I think this will be a big pot. I can see this getting all in.
No, we're in the-
Oh,
And he goes for a sizing which I actually was expecting. I was expecting 525, but I think 450 is about the same. They do about the same thing, which is scare hands. He's going to be able to see the river very free. Even hands like 6-5 and Jack 10, they're not super comfortable in this spot.
Right, where you got the clubs out there and it's a paired board, but you turn the perfect card. So he's looking for a red, I want to say 2, 3, maybe an ace, a red ace.
And this is a really good spot for people learning poker. Dominator is getting free rivers here by doing this, but he's also allowing himself to get fold equity.
And there's going to be a check here.
I think he might overbet shove, to be honest.
Dominator?
Yeah, from what we've seen,
So you mean like he was
I believe this is a spot that he can actually shove because he's going to have a lot of non-bluffs here.
There's
So
the
he
check.
goes with the check, but definitely could, with the queen of clubs, you definitely want to be taking some spots to where you're blocking queen jack of clubs, queen 10 of clubs. I think there is a very good possibility Alex would fold to a shove.
Even the dealer's like cracking up. Because like nobody was offended, but like everybody was just like we're nowhere else.
So they say it's always hard to beat a 6-card straight, right?
Yeah, and this is a interesting bet. I'm not too sure what this bet
I
targets.
also don't carry a wallet, but I carry. Do you carry cards?
Maybe hands exactly like Dominators.
Excuse me, everyone.
Like the red wallets.
He might be going for thin value against hands like Queens Plus.
extra accessory now. I don't need it.
I mean,
I'm very interested if Dominator were to
I
shove
stopped
here,
wearing mine, but
if Alex would call.
I end up with a lot of shit in my pocket.
I think that Dominator definitely wants to check jam a lot of hands here that for
I always have,
value.
like, cash, then I have
He also
more
wants to
cash,
check
then I have,
jam a
like,
lot of
keys,
hands
then I
like
have,
this
like,
as a bluff.
I think Alex.
Oh, and he ends up calling. Okay. Good recognition by Alex. He gets some value there by the. Okay, looks
What?
like he had pocket sixes.
What the heck did we miss?
Okay, so that makes more sense that he raised sixes under the gun.
I missed that one, guys.
You've been studying 100 big blind poker so much.
No, he ended up. Dominic called the 550 on the river,
That's fucking.
and it happened to be that Alex had pocket sixes, not 6-5.
Not 6-5.
Yeah, which actually ends
But he
up.
still had ace queen. He called 550 with ace queen.
Yeah, and that's a fine call. I would have liked to seen a shove more than a call.
I'm gonna see if that shit
But
works against fucking.
I can't fault you for calling in that spot. There are a decent amount of hands that are.
We
gonna
got
be-
Matt with aces now. And
Yeah.
there's a $20 straddle, so it has to be 2, 5, 10, 20.
Yeah, and it looks like Matt is sticking with the 3x open, which is fine when you have crazier players. I think with hands like aces, you actually want to go a little smaller in spots like this because you want to induce a little more action out of hands that looks like everyone has nothing.
Yeah, it looks like the Dominator put out an orange plaque. Those beautiful orange $1,000 plaques.
Oh, doesn't call it the Robbie. Oh, that's the worst. Getting a walk with aces. Everyone had 6 deuce, 7 deuce. Unfortunate.
No, you should give me a third. We'll run it for like 100 for a third card. I think it's
Ceddy has a very iconic look. But looking back on how he looked 2 years ago was eye-opening to me, how much he can change. Looks a lot better now. He looks like, really like has a look that you can remember in terms of being a poker personality. So it's always cool to see him at the table along with Chaz.
because then it's not very big.
Where's Drew? Playing like Idaho.
Yeah, I'm like a $5 chip. I just blend in wherever I go. It doesn't, it's just, they go, hey, isn't that? Nah, there's nobody.
Vic opening 25, everyone laughing at him. Oh no, I've been there, buddy.
He's got, I think he's sitting on close to 500.
You know what's crazy?
501, there we go.
What's crazy is I played in this game once. It was a 25, no, it was a 10-20. I played in this
Add in
game.
that extra
I had
card.
4.5K. I got called by 5-7 offsuit for 4.5K because they wanted to get the short stack out. So that's how crazy this game can play sometimes, you know?
Jason 3 bets to 125. We get 2 callers.
Like that. No chart.
You need a jack or a 5 or an ace, I guess. There's the live cards. No, the ace is dead too, so I'm sorry.
And this is an interesting spot. I'm really surprised to see the hands that Jammer's opening with, because the problem is now when he does eventually have a hand, he's going to double up, but he's only going to double up to about 740 versus 1,000, which would be the double up that you'd get with 500. So he's bleeding a lot, which doesn't let him to actually, you know, eventually he's going to have to shove here because he's getting so low.
Right, there's going to be a double or triple straddle. He's going to have a decent hand. He's going to rip it, hoping to take down the straddles, and then someone's going to have a hand that can call $300 pre-flop easily. And it's going to be a race to the river.
Portland, Oregon.
Well, if you guys want to come out to Rounders Card Club, we're in San Antonio, Texas, 3723 Colony Drive, Suite 101, right off of I-10 in Wurzbach. You come on down, join us. It's only $20 for a lifetime membership here. We are running the South Texas Poker Championship this month, and it's going off. We are doing a $1 million guarantee starting tomorrow. Flight 1A is tomorrow at 5. We have 2 the rest of the week. So come on out, $1,400 to win. Let's see, the $1 million guarantee would be over 1.5, 1.6, I'm guessing.
Yeah.
That's my guess.
No, that's my guess too.
And
I could see it getting to 2 million for sure.
Wow, that would be awesome.
With all the celebrities coming, I mean.
Well, I'm always here.
Yeah, that's true.
I'm always here. But yeah, we got a lot of big names coming. A lot of big winners. And I have won prior.
This is an interesting hand. Everyone has a little bit of wow.
No hearts.
No, I think we got
Oh,
Alex
we do
with the
have
hearts.
Oh my goodness.
This is gonna be and Poker Traveler checks.
And Dominator has the 9.
So I
He bet 25.
I think he's checking because he's so strong. I think again this is another problem. I think people are a little too quick on the draw. I don't think he needs to raise so fast. You kind of just show your hand when you check raise that fast.
Alex got some free chips. Well, not free chips, but he got a lot more chips to play with now, so he's able to make this call.
And this is interesting because a lot of the hands that Alex is going to have, you can't really get much value with. Does it go check there? Okay.
Oh, Ceddy lets him get there.
Yeah. I'm not sure how I feel about the overall play of this one. I'd like to know what he was doing. I honestly couldn't tell you.
I think with Ceddy doing the check raise, I think Alex put him on like a bigger flush draw. So that's why he didn't bet the river. And plus he can't get called. I mean, Ceddy's predicting that his 2 pair, if a flush gets there, he can't be good.
They're playing good.
David, $20 for lifetime membership. Yes, sir.
Yeah, there's a ton of stuff here. There's a bar, there's food, there's a lot of fun stuff. Golf simulator. You can actually do the golf simulator. It has a soccer ball. I believe it has football too, right?
You can throw a football, kick a shot. You can play. It has, I believe, 96 courses that you can play golf on.
Wow.
So it's a full swing, two full swing golf simulators.
That's your buddy.
Dominic with the pocket deuces is going to raise to 50 here.
For real though, where did you get your
Jammer finally has the
Just
hand he
looks
wants.
good.
Yeah, it looks like he's gonna have to jam this one. This one's a little weird because if you shove, your hand's really like. It's obvious that you have a hand like this, but if you raise, it's obvious you have a hand like
Then
this,
I'm gonna have
which is a problem with being short stack.
Play, dude.
Right, and does Dominator just put them all in, say, let's go?
Guessing
Looks like he did. And a quick call.
The best part of this is like we're still
Queens versus deuces.
but you have no idea what's gonna happen here. The boards are gonna come.
Wow, and Dominator actually four-match with the twos here.
Yeah, he Jammer raised, and he just said, let's get all in. We'll play for your 500.
Yeah.
Like someone playing with soul.
He's frustrated from the last hand a few hands ago.
Oh, okay. No, he's not.
All right. Well, Jammer's not loving this flop because I don't believe they've shown each other, and he knows that Dom had slow rolled earlier, so he might have not actually been here for the slow roll. Now I think about it.
Yeah, he wasn't. I don't think so. What does Dom say? Yeah. Oh my goodness, that's in his range.
Yeah, I mean, you see the ace on this board, you're all in pre-flop. You always think you're dead here.
Yeah, what Dominic too, right?
Yeah. And there we go. Jammer, he added on. He added on about 130, it seems. So
He made it a true 500, huh?
yeah, and that's kind of what I was talking about. Is like the hands that he bled, he kind of had to add on, which is fine. But now, you know, when he does get these hands, he's gonna always get called on the spot. Like,
You know what the rules should be? Is that if you
the
get
way that
knocked
these
out,
guys have been playing. Dominator down to 1.5. I wonder if he's gonna add on as well.
Do you play the hand the same way? You're like, okay, let me just get this guy all in. I got a pair, whether it's not
I'll see you guys later.
the biggest pair or not.
Oh yeah, back when I was playing really high stakes, a lot of the times, what would end up happening is I would go like 200, 300 as raises, and some people would be in for like
In the front,
1,000, and you could call them with like 10-9. You could call them for a lot of like just different sizings that are. I saw someone call 2.2K with 7 deuce suited against a short stack. So some of them can get really crazy. It really depends on the game, how the action's going, and what the straddles are.
Right now he's got some fighting chips that he can hurt you.
Yeah.
You know, he's up to the 1,000, which everybody has, 3,000, 2,500, whatever it might be. But now he's got some chips that can cause some damage. Well, Dominator did add on the orange plaque. I don't know if that's 1 or 2, but you see how beautiful that orange plaque is. I think he might have put a couple 500 on top of there as well.
Yeah, and I'm wondering where this goes. So the thing is that Jammer does have a stack that's better, but it actually gets into this weird spot where when you're not comfortable and you double it up, you're kind of in your head thinking like, oh, I made profit tonight. I want to just keep that profit. And
Your range changes, right?
yeah, your range changes a bunch, and you start just not getting in hands that you need to get into, or getting into hands where people just know you only have queens.
Well, on this table, he had 7 6 of clubs. On this table, he's probably never playing that up. They're just stacking and doubling up. But on the outside 1-2 tables, 100% he's playing that hand.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
it's also a good look at like kind of how we play in these games, in these bigger ones that we're not accustomed to. Why are we playing this tight in this game when we're not playing that tight in the regular game? And if our goal is doubling up in this game, why aren't we just doing that in a regular game, right? And that's actually something that I try to tell people is like, I think people are over competitive, and that's kind of where that comes from. And I'm gonna take a quick eating break here.
Yeah. Let me kill you. So, not kill you, but shut off your mic. Sorry about bad wording. Yeah. Enjoy.
No. Down a lot of money. Thanks for asking.
That's not what you had?
No, I get 5 6s. There's something wrong with the 5 of diamonds. You're picking up wrong. So I'd say the same thing to me.
Yeah, we're switching. Oh, okay. Yeah, sometimes when they scan one.
Well, we want to thank everybody who's watching. We have it on. You can watch it on YouTube, Twitch, Twitter,
5 or 10.
and Facebook. So if you guys are out there, thank you guys for watching. Thank you guys for supporting Bet on Drew and Rounders. We really appreciate it. Love doing the streams for you guys.
Yeah, I'm always straddling no matter how many it is.
All the way to me. 40. 40. 1.
Again, like we've said it many times before, we're a couple walls away, and we can hear them laughing, having a great time. We can hear when hands erupt. So these guys are having a great time. You hear Chaz just laughing. Someone's telling some stories. We can't hear the table talk. We don't know if you guys are hearing it. Let us know if you are. But it should be a lot of fun for these guys. Look at that hand for Chaz. Flush draw, straight flush draw, middle pair. He's got the world.
Holy
Shit, dude.
Watch. Show your hand.
Did you see my hand?
Show your hand.
Wait, why are you saying that?
Show your hand.
Did you see my hand?
Show your hand. That's your range, 100%. What is? Oh.
That's about the best flop you can have for 4-3 of spades versus the 2-5-6 of spades flopping. The Poker Traveler has the Queen 10, no equity at all in that hand.
What the fuck just happened, dude? Did you see my hand?
I didn't see your hand. But, like, I'm not going to. If you let me, I'm going to try to bet.
I'm still confused what just happened.
You're going to give me the back tilting.
Welcome. You said show your hand in muck, open muck after raising?
Just open.
After I flopped the fucking nut.
How would I see your hand from here?
I'm just saying, what the fuck just happened?
I folded out of turn, made a mistake, and I'm like, well, show your hand. I'm sure you beat me with one of those pairs on the board. Just had the absolute stuff. I didn't think you had 3-4, but
with the redraw,
you're gonna have a pair.
What the
straight
fuck,
five.
dude?
In the blinds, you're gonna have one of those 9 cards.
That is the wildest shit I've ever seen.
60 to 25.
I don't know how many of you guys out there watching have played in a $1 million guaranteed tournament. I have not. But $1 million, $1,400 buy-in, 40-minute levels. That gives you a lot of time to play, and you can start out with 50,000 in chips. Day 2, which will be November 20th at 12 o'clock, we'll play down to 9 players and then have the final table streaming on November 21st at 5 p.m. So everybody that joins that out, good luck. Hope you guys have great runs. But remember, you're playing for $1 million plus. $1,400 buy-in, 40-minute limits, 50,000 chips to start with.
I honestly thought you bet. Like I saw, I bet and I folded, but then like I had already committed to it, so I'm like,
Matt's gonna raise it up with pocket 4s on the button.
Well, it's fair to say if you could see my hand, you wouldn't just.
No more straddles going on. Oh, Jason did straddle with the 9-6 of spades. He's gonna make the call for 35.
For good TV. Maybe they can get like a bunch of fucking Twitter put like a crazy photo.
All paint cards, all clubs. Matt does have the 4 clubs,
And Chaz just is like this.
and he did a raise pre-flop. I think he'll raise. I bet here is gonna take it down.
We should do an interview after this and be like, Chaz, what the fuck happened on hand 17? Can you tell us more about that? Do you feel that you were cheated?
That
And
was
just
wild,
make it like
dude.
a big, make it a big deal.
I ain't never seen that.
You haven't been around long, buddy.
Let's see if we can get some table talk going back here for us.
Fresh meat. 40 up front.
Ethan enjoyed a quick bite.
Hey, what's up, guys? Watching the action. Had a
You got him with some small pots, so you didn't miss too much while you enjoying dinner.
yeah,
They kept it low for you.
Yeah, no, for sure. They knew I was eating. They wanted to keep it chill.
Yeah, Ethan's back, guys. Go ahead and start playing.
The food is really good. Food is always really good here at Rounders. If y'all come down, you actually get food money when you play here.
That was so wild.
You can use that for comps.
Retrying, Dad.
We
You
also
get
have a bar.
Yeah, $1 an hour for cash games.
Yep, and it racks up fast. You'll be surprised.
Second time.
Well, as much as you're here, yeah.
You're a camera person. We should be like, I should like fold and be like, I'm not drawing against the main hand. You could just like overreact.
Yeah, and this is a weird spot when you see 10-9. I think they know that this guy is a little, or that lettuce maker is a little on the tighter side.
Sorry. No throw. No throw roll. No, I won't throw roll. But I've
They'll
already
go with the call.
Yeah, they played a lot of hands ago, too.
Heads up. I'm actually gonna.
Yeah, and it's funny because with a hand like 10-9, you directly connect with 8s, and that's a weird board. I do not think that lettuce maker will continue to bet on a board like this.
I was gonna say if you check, you can have
Wow.
maybe, then you
Good recognition of his image as a whole. Goes with 85. I like the sizing. I think he will only do this with hands that are a little more nutted. But the problem is, and it looks like you can kind of hear it, Ceddy's like, I'll donate to you. The problem is, a lot of the times you don't want to be donated to. So I think now it's very likely with 8s having showdown value, is going to go check, 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 check.
8 of diamonds.
Yep. And that's kind of the problem. You never want to get donated to by 9.
I need a day. I have
Yep.
a 9. Slow
And then Ceddy's like, oh, you're good. Oh, no, I have a 9. That's good. This happens way too often
Oh, you didn't need to eat it.
when you're playing against guys who have a really big bankroll or have the ability to put in chips a little more often.
Yeah, a little $500 pot basically with a 9-8 off.
Hey, Chaz,
Yeah.
remember that time where I folded and you had a straight? It was badass.
Yeah.
Best
Yeah, and I
mistake
think
of my
Ceddy
life.
was purely calling there as
Best
a friendly
mistake of
thing,
my life.
not thinking that he was good.
Tell ya.
Ooh, and it looks like Drew is saying that
We should
he is
set-
going
I
to
really do
be
think that they should, like, have
on
some
the
bets
stream. That's going to be super
on
interesting.
the Friday game.
Some bets.
Yeah, like they should make some fun bets about like
It'll be fun to
who's gonna lose the most,
see how
who's
he
gonna
plays.
be the biggest, how many times
Primarily a
he's had,
tournament
say,
player,
deck-
but
deck
he
change.
definitely has cash chops. We
Gotcha.
played quite a bit so far that he's been here. I think me and him have played about 4 or 5 sessions together.
How many times
Ooh,
Q Chuck
and
says he doesn't win that
everyone's kind of playing a little more tight.
Great.
Kind of folding a lot more, so this spot's actually kind of annoying for Alex.
Same hand, basically. Instead of 8-9, he's got 9-10. 10 high board could get Ceddy in trouble. Ooh, an 8 high board.
Yeah, I'm curious to see if Ceddy's going to want to float on this board. For $50, I think you do. Yeah, and he
quick
does.
call, yeah, for sure.
Yeah, he has a lot of backdoor here. He has a lot of ability to hit top. And there's actually a very interesting card because, wow, Alex goes with the check. I'm not sure why he checks here. I guess he's going to have to check this river now because you're pretty much only getting called by 8s. Something tells me he's not going to check, though. Yeah, this is a pretty interesting line. I think you're going to mostly want to be betting this turn when the backdoor flush gets there and all the straight draws are on the board. But I can see it. Sometimes you want to, you want to keep the pot small. You want to, just take down what you can get.
We was hoping Ceddy had ace queen or something where the queen comes, over paired to the board. He could bet out. He could get check raised maybe.
Yeah. But you definitely want to get check raised on that spot because Ceddy's going to be floating there with a lot of hands like 10-9 of diamonds, a lot of hands like 7-6, a lot of hands like even 9-jack of diamonds type hands that turn a lot more equity. So when you get check raised, you're almost always only getting check raised by draws. Whereas when you're getting check raised in like another spot, let's just say same board, but it was like ace 5-3 or ace 5-7. A lot of the time when you're getting check raised on a board like that, there's less draws available. But on a board like that, you really want to actually get check raised.
This is where Chaz is still taking advantage of Jammer's stack, basically.
Yeah, and wow, this is everyone's waking up with it. We got
Oh my
nines.
gosh, we're gonna get a big pot here.
I'm curious how Dominator takes this. I think Dominator actually, as a player, from what I've seen so far, is going to go on the bigger sizing. But I'd like him. Okay, yeah.
350, it looks like.
So I was actually expecting him to go somewhere around 450, but I'm glad that he goes 350. This is a great sizing. And Traveler waking up with Ace King. This
Oh
is
my
just a
gosh.
setup.
How did Matt do this? Matt's our dealer, but he's giving everybody something to play with.
Damn. And this is a big spot. This is a clear fold for Jammer. He's not going to be jamming this time.
Nines are folding to 100%, right?
From what I've seen, yes. And this is why the power of Ace King, it is very strong. A lot of people don't like the hand, but this is where the hand shines. This hand is about 50-50 with the queens, but also you're getting nines to fold. You're getting sometimes people are going to fold queens in this spot.
One time. Dominator says one time.
Yeah. And looks like he might have more than what's shown.
Yeah, he's got 1,000. He's got 1,500 just
Oh,
sitting.
an ace right there on the flop. Oh, but outs and Jammer is kicking himself here.
Yeah, he's taking a deep breath. See it? He's like, I make 2 pair, I win $5,000 right here.
Ooh, and doesn't get there. And yeah, and that's the strength of the Ace King. You get the jam, you get Jammer to fold, you get hands like nines to fold, and you only keep in hands that you're flipping with most of the time. And it does look like he had more around the line of 2.5K rather than what's shown. So that was
1.2, yeah.
Yeah, that was most likely about a 5K pot.
Whew.
Really big for Jammer. He really likes that.
Right, he's got 1,000.
Yeah, and I believe that pot was a little bigger than might have had. It's because he added on, I believe. With the plaque, I think, isn't shown because it's not a chip.
Overphone a 30-minute delay. Hasn't been 30 minutes since. Yeah, they might not have got the chip. Was that just one orange plaque?
He had orange plaque and 2 green stacks, and then five black. So yeah, Ceddy winning another really big one, and he's on fire tonight.
The dynamics is right. Check this out. If Jammer's still sitting on the 500 versus 1,000, does he make that call and race? Being that there's so much money out there, he
No,
raised. He only made it $30.
Ace-Jack suited maybe, but Ace-Jack off. Actually, you're technically supposed to be folding Ace-Jack off under the gun. By cash game ranges are really supposed to be a lot tighter, but in Texas, we do everything big here. So
Where can we find cash game charts at?
there's many different places you can find cash game charts, but the best ones are going to be, a lot of them are peer-to-peer. So, for example, I have Faraz Jaka's tournament charts, but they're his charts. They're different from other people's charts, and he gave them to me as a friendly thing. Other people have different charts. The general chart that you can find, I would say one of the best ones, is to go on a site like Upswing, or a site like Run It Once. And these websites are going to have a lot of really good tools for you. But the courses are about $1,000. They come with the ranges. The thing about the ranges is they're computer generated, and these computers cost a lot of money. So getting these ranges are really expensive. In general, hundreds of thousands of dollars were put into making these ranges, even millions. So it ends up being really worth your while if you can put out the $1,000. And those cash rates, actually, I believe Brad Owen and Nick Petrangelo just came out with a really good one. So,
is it based off of their hand histories, or?
It's based off a lot. I mean, there are a lot of reasons that ranges are made, but generally ranges are dictated by a computer algorithm that shows, okay, the amount of times that you raise with a hand like this, you're going to be given a certain amount of plus EV or expected value every time you do this. So knowing what your expected value is long term when you're raising with hands.
He's one of those guys though that I bet you swings with like an hammer.
But it becomes really different because it's also, it's Texas,
I've seen
and because ranges are so wide here, you can change it. You can play around. There's so much freedom here.
This guy knows what he's doing.
Yeah, I believe that your range is based on your cash flow and your knowledge of the game.
Yeah.
Right, so you're able to have a bigger range if you're able to take a hit and gamble a little bit with some non-profitable hands, typically. But then, if you just want to have a good time, and I mean, Ace King versus Queens is standard.
Yeah.
It just happens, right?
Yeah, and it's always important to think about these because I think a lot of these guys, from what I can tell, a lot of them seem to be studied for the most part. I know Seat 9 is a dealer, I believe, in Austin.
Okay.
And Seat 8 has been really strong. Chaz has been pretty strong. As we all know, Traveler and Chaz are really strong. I know Jammer, he's someone who studies a lot. He plays a lot of online. And Matt also seems like someone who is really well versed. So a lot of these people, they'll know that Ace-Jack is likely a fold. But live poker, you can get kind of exhausted of how slow it is, or it can be. So a lot of the times, with the Ace-Jack, you want to be folding simply because it's just a lot of the adversity that you're going to reach, like when people are re-raising you, and when you have Ace-Jack, you're a lot of the times just going to be dominated when they're raising for your stack. And most of the time, you only want to be the aggressor with a hand like Ace-Jack. Whereas with hands like Ace-Queen and Ace-King, you can put people who have Ace-Jack in bad spots. Ooh, and Chaz Chaz waking up in the straddle with Queens. I don't think it's going to get much action here.
Well, he did straddle, so that's going to throw everybody off just a little bit.
Yeah, but does seem like he's sadly against the tighter players. Gets quick folds.
Right.
But from what I've seen, I think almost all the players would have folded in that spot. Just unlucky for Chaz. But he has made a good comeback, only down 1.8K, I believe. Which is always a good feeling. Feels like a win sometimes when you're in that spot.
Maybe they'll give me green. Does this ever turn into matches stack, or is it always the It's the cap game.
This one is.
Dominator did come back in for 3K.
A couple weeks ago, but they changed it. I don't know.
Really?
Yeah, he's looking for that Ceddy money. Some nights you're gonna have
Can we vote?
you're gonna have those times where you buy in, and the fourth time is just the right time.
I mean, we're kind of.
He's definitely one of the few players that runs it once.
Yeah. Oh wow, and Jason open folding King Queen under the gun. That's kind of I think it's a good fold, but you can see where he is in terms of how he wants to play this game.
Right, well, you see all the action. Everybody's hand is that a raising hand on the charts in the cash game?
Technically, no, but the ranges do get a lot crazier as you go into this Texas stuff. So a lot of the times King Queen can be really good in a cash game, but in technical range charts, you have to be playing really tight. The ranges that you're gonna see from early position in cash games are a lot tighter than the ones being shown here. But the thing is that poker is very much a game of adapting. So you have to adapt to how people are playing, and when you can see how they're playing, especially on stream, you can kind of adapt better to that. Now, maybe his version or his idea of adaptation is I want to adapt by playing tighter because I've seen, Dominator get it in with pocket twos, for example. But actually a big problem that people tend to have in Texas is that they see someone go all in for someone's stack of like 150, and they see them go all in with like a hand like pocket fives, and they think that they're doing the same thing if they're 1.2K deep. But there's so many differences. That's actually something that I use a lot when I'm playing to kind of goad people into, I might call with worse hands and show down worse hands so that people think, oh, he just always bluffing even at any point of the
Right, you kind of basically just setting them up for a later hand where you can win a lot of money with.
Yeah, exactly. And it's actually a big problem in Texas where people just don't want to fold. A lot of people aren't really taking note of that, of like someone doing something like that, someone goading you into doing stuff that, kind of inducing a lot of bad calls or bad jams.
Pocket threes on a 4, 5, 6, 10 king board takes down $600.
Yeah, I'm guessing Alex had something along the line of ace 7.
Carolina Gold?
No, it was the quesadilla burger.
Yeah.
His
Not
mama
bad.
got it. Oh, I thought I got you. Fucking blew my mind.
Yeah, that's good.
Today I had some really, really good Mexican food.
They're about to change the
And
menu.
I believe I saw Drew go out. I'm not sure when he'll be there, but I believe I saw him go out pretty recently.
Their favorite thing is a
The
spinach
jumping
salad?
seat 5?
What the fuck is wrong
I
with
believe
you?
so.
Oh, man. What
Yeah.
a table, right?
Yeah, it's definitely a very scary table. I'm not sure I would be down to play at this table unless I was ready to buy in for somewhere along the lines of 12K.
I never.
You definitely want to be deep stacking this kind of game. You do not want to be having to be like Jammer, where every raise that you make is getting looked up or re-raised on.
Yeah, well, every time he came in for a raise, Chaz has re-raised or 3-bet him to try and isolate him. But then, we had 9s, queens, ace, king, where Chaz is like isolating Jammer stack, basically trying to get that 1,000 from him.
Yep. And Jason not defending 7-5 suited here. I do not think he's going to get action from the other players, given that they're seeing the hands that he's folding. When he's not defending his straddle there, that is very clear indication that he is only playing the top end of his range.
Oh yeah.
Top end of the range. Well, top of our end of our range is $20,000 mystery bounty free roll event number 7 going on. Ethan, 221 entries.
That's insane.
566 rebuys, and we still have 45 minutes left to enter the mystery bounty 20K guarantee tonight, guys.
Will that be the Rounders record for a one-day event? If they get 1,000 people? If they get 1,000 rebuys and 1,000 entries?
There won't be 1,000 entries.
Oh, yeah, 1,000 rebuys. Well, I guess total, like with rebuys and entries.
I got you. A combination?
Yeah.
For a one-day tournament?
Yeah.
I would think so.
Yeah, that's pretty crazy. And you can see just like how everything's gearing up for this week.
I mean, look how Rounders has just grown and blossomed from our first location to our second location to doing 100,000 guarantees, 200,000 guarantees. Now we're doing 300,000 guarantees and $1 million guarantee in the same month.
Yeah.
I mean, come on, guys. So we're doing $40,000 guarantees just to say hi,
Yeah. No, I mean, this place has been popping for years. I remember when I was like 19, I was like trying my best to get a fake ID so I could come play, but I never did do it. But that's how hyped I was to come play. I was
You just
like,
want to get off the computer and get over live action, huh?
yeah. Well, luckily there was a couple places in town at the time, not many anymore, that did allow 18 plus. But now that I'm 21 plus, I think that 21 is a good age for.
Well, look at all the years it gave you to study. So now you're on the upper tier
Yeah.
of poker knowledge
It's the fucking worst.
and playing ability.
Brutal way to go out.
My wife's grandfather.
The maker is going to raise with 7s.
Yeah, and something that people I think haven't really utilized, which is actually really strong, is limping ranges are pretty strong. Like hands like 7s are really good to include in a limping range because you want to be able to have some limp back raises. And what a back raise is, for those who don't know, is just when you limp and then you, like say you limp a hand like pocket aces, and then someone raises and you have the intention to re-raise. That's a back raise. And so like in this spot, if he had aces, and he could shove with a hand like that. So now because he raised, he's kind of committed. And this is where you can bleed a lot, is on flops that you don't like, you're just going to fold. And you can constantly bleed. You can see he bought in for 1.5. He's down to 764. If he doesn't hit this flop, there is another time where he's losing so many chips,
And he gets out flopped by ace queen.
Gets out flopped, he's gonna fold, and he's down 700 without ever seeing. Oh, he's actually gonna continue. Okay,
Yeah, no,
But
he's doing well. He like
this can just be the problem with one being short stacked and two
because I saw him in the tournament. I was like,
not utilizing the short stack to the best of your ability. But I understand the continue. Oh, and Alex checking. Okay. Maybe trying to induce, maybe trying to pot control. We've seen Alex pot control a lot. I think he is just ready to check call a lot of the time, which I don't blame.
He doesn't have enough to bet without shoving, I don't believe.
No, and I think that's what he's considering whether. Oh, and he goes all in. Wow.
Hey, quick call.
Gets snap called.
Wow.
Rough situation. This is, again, the problem with being short stack is you feel like you have to take some risks.
And Alex played it perfectly by checking there.
Yeah. And that's the problem with bleeding, y'all. It's better to buy in for 3K rather than 1.5, 1.5, because otherwise you're going to bleed like this, and you're going to end up making plays that you can look back on and be like, man, I wish I didn't do that. I've done that plenty of times.
Absolutely. It's also like you come into it and you go, hey, there's a game going on. Would you like to join it? You go, I only brought 1,500. You go, that's plenty.
Yeah.
And you go, okay, and then you don't realize that no matter how strong of a player you are, you're going to run into it.
Yeah.
Right? So no matter what the equity is, and with him checking, once he calls the flop with the ace out there, and then he checks the turn, now he has to represent the hand that the other guy has.
Yeah.
To
And
try and steal the pot.
and it's not terrible.
It's a good play. It just didn't work out.
Yeah, with his image, it is very, he is going to have ace-king and ace-10 a lot more often there. But he just happened to do it at the wrong time and probably the wrong stack-to-pot ratio.
Against the wrong player, because Alex didn't wait 1 second to call.
Yeah.
He didn't think about his ace not being good there, ever.
Yeah, and we've seen Alex make a lot of checks with hands that are really strong.
I think the dynamics changed right there if Lettuce Maker would have re-raised or 4-bet Alex to maybe put him on a better ace-king. It was the only hand he could have.
Yeah.
Or 2 pair.
Doing good, dude.
Yeah, and that's why it can be okay to actually check in those spots, which is kind of like very similar actually to the spot like when Chaz had ace-3, where I would have liked to see a check rather than a lead. But, and Jason raising, Dominator re-raising here is actually surprising to me. I think that's, one, it's a recognizing that your opponent is tight, but in the wrong way. I think this is not the kind of tight that you want to be re-raising. And you can see just with the fact that Jason just calls with the queens, you can see exactly how tight he is. And, they're playing for a lot of money also. I know a lot of people are like, man, he could have just raised, but not all of us are here with 3K in front of us playing for it.
Now, is there a raise coming in here with the queens from Jason, or is he just going to call saying that what? Okay, card reader error, right?
I believe so. If it wasn't, I wouldn't be surprised. But that had to be a card reader error. Now, I have seen people make that fold in that spot.
Invited me to 34 functions.
He fucking loves you, dude.
Button queens?
That I have not attended. When do you eventually?
Come on, chat. What do you guys think? Card reader error? Oh, Preston 5.
Yeah,
What? Yeah, exactly.
Well, so I would say card reader error if it wasn't him raise, then calling a re-raise, because he has been immensely tight. He only called with the 9s, then he folded. He folded king-queen under the gun. I would normally say, yeah, that's a card reader error, unless I've seen all those hands where he has folded for smaller amounts.
I can't see him folding queens on the button with with an overpair to the board.
I can't either, but
if he's got aces or kings, he's got my stack.
Yeah, most likely. I'd like to ask him in the future.
Yeah, we'll have to get that one verified because that's a big fold. King 8 versus King 3.
I do think he would flat, but whether or not he would fold post swap, I don't think he's probably folding. But it is actually a really good play to flat queens in position to someone who is very aggressive. So you know, if you know your opponent's re-raising you with king 4, why are you going to make them fold their bluffs? But I do think it was a card reader error, regardless.
You gotta stick at the ace-jack offsuit, dude.
Guys, just put it in. You have 100 big. Fuck,
Yeah, dude.
Let it go.
Yeah, queen,
Let it
ace,
breathe a little bit.
dominated.
Guy,
Hit the
you hit 2 pairs there.
You know, Matt does get those cards out pretty fast. So if one of Dominator's cards had gotten over by
No way.
the other reader, it would have registered him having queens versus him, you know, only having 1 queen.
Yeah, and I'm curious because, again, he's been really tight. I'm curious what he did have, if it was a card reader error, or maybe ace queen.
Oh, there's Drew sitting down.
Yeah, we got Resident Drew buying in for what looks like 2K. So, fairly deep.
We're all having a good
Cool to see him out there.
Chaz with pocket 8s.
You brought some chips for us?
Yeah, and that's really strong for Chaz. Dominator a little tilted, you can tell when he's calling with 9-5 suited. I'm not sure if he's folding pairs when he achieves pair draws.
There's 2 hands. We need Albert on this stream, dude.
Michigan State's gonna get it done.
Okay, so we just got word that it wasn't queens.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, one of the queens went off the table.
Yeah.
That's right. Remember, one of the cards went on the floor.
Unlucky, he would have had queens. That's all he's worth. And yeah, kind of what I expected, which was I don't think Dominator is folding any pair at this point. We've all been there where we're in our 3rd buy-in and we're just like,
He got Chaz to fold.
yeah. And I like the fold from Chaz. I don't think I would fold to Dominator. I think I would, with the backdoor straight draws, at least see 1. But the aggression always pays off.
Most likely, yeah.
Except when it doesn't.
Yeah.
That's badass. Guess who's going? Guess who's going?
Not you.
I've never seen Drew lose on a stream.
Really?
Yeah,
you're
well,
kind
I've
of
seen him
a
play on a
fucking
couple
tournament
streams.
grinder now, dude.
I'm not trying to jinx him. Don't get me wrong, but
I think I've
Y'all been
only
talking
stacked
or
him in the
what?
cash games that we played.
wow,
Calling them out.
he can hear you.
He's got to come back to this. I hope Drew comes back to this and knows. I am currently like 6-0 against Drew right now.
It worked.
Well, yeah, if he's playing 7 deuce.
No,
No, I've ran pretty well against him in our pots.
Yeah, we're all whales.
Queen 3 suited, min raise.
Looking forward to watching you guys Friday.
Yeah, that'll be a fun game. For sure.
Maybe taking advantage of the fact that whoa, Jammer calling
Just
here with
$10
deuce.
to come in, guys.
I mean, it's always fun to watch.
It really is.
Yes, man.
As long as you actually play, you know?
Wasn't it your hand that pulled that massive mystery bounty?
100K.
Yeah.
I'm surprised Jammer's calling here with a 10 deuce.
And I was
Flops
recording, I was
best
like,
That shit was so
hand
good.
with the 10 deuce off.
He's like,
And in this spot, because of the $10 bet and the way that Ceddy acts, you kind of have to call down when you hit the 10.
don't put that
It's
on
kind of also the problem with actually having 10 deuce
You're on
is
all
that
videos.
the way that poker kind of works is that once you've made decisions, you have
There's
to
a
commit
video
a
of
lot
you
of the time
pulling the bounty.
to decisions in the future. And
The queen's good.
this time it's a little easier to fold with the 10
Queen
deuce.
3 is
And then,
good.
like,
Oh,
2
and
hours later, he
does
goes,
the
"Young
Ceddy
man, what
check
hotel
with
you at?
the?
No, he
I
bet
need you to give me
25.
some money."
Oh, and he got snap called by
Yes.
Jammer. Okay.
Jammer says, I don't believe you.
Yeah, and that's that's kind of what I was talking about. Is once you've made plays like calling with 10 deuce, you have to kind of go all the way. That is just essentially how poker can work a lot of the times. It's not true always, but it is a portion of the game that a lot of people don't understand, which is like sometimes you just have to lose, and that's how you win.
Young man's hilarious,
Like
dude. Young
the
man,
amount of times
Ian
that
Raul,
you're losing
Pickle, and
doesn't
Marcel.
outweigh the fact that you're making plays that allow you to win long term.
The last time we were
Well, see, also it's $30 pot, right? So Jammer bets 30 on the flop. Everybody folds. He wins a $30 pot. Now he lets it get to the river. Lets the king get there. Said he makes a 1-card straight, and he calls $25 with all the overcards out there.
Yeah, and Ceddy's going to have a lot of bluffs there. Now, with the way he's playing, maybe not. But the thing is, for 25, Ceddy is going to be betting a lot. I mean, let's just imagine Ceddy in the same position with a hand like pocket nines. Would he make that same play?
I think he checks there.
It's the thing is that there's like I was saying, there is no absolute in poker. There's never a this is right and this is wrong. Everything, almost always, there are some exceptions, has a percentage of times that you should be betting and times that you should be checking and times you should be folding, and it's almost never wrong to make those plays based on just GTO. So a lot of the times GTO actually says 70% of the time you should be doing this, 20% of the time you should be doing this, 5% of the time you should be doing this, 5% of the time you should be doing this. And we need to be able to find, it's easy to say 70%, 20%, it's easy to throw out all these numbers. But in practice, you actually have to follow these things to be profitable long term. And so following that includes calling spots that look really weak or raising spots that don't make sense.
If you look at my GTO game, it says 100% of the time I'm doing it wrong.
Well, that's the fun thing about GTO is a lot of the times you can do the right thing without knowing it.
You're right. Oh, it's definitely unknown. It's
Yeah.
definitely unknown.
You owe people.
Yep, Chaz got the fresh cut, looking like Chaz Bieber over here.
And you go, you never talk to me again. And he leave.
I'm trying to think. No, Chaz Styles. I don't know. I'm trying to think of a celebrity that would get the fade.
Remember? We see him.
Yeah, James Mendoza's in the chat. Hey, James. James won the, I don't know if you were here, but we gave a $25 giveaway, and he was the lucky winner.
Oh, nice.
In one of our streams.
He's the only person losing in Moscow. He loses 15 times. Just sitting with us. He's like, never talk to me again. Really talk to me.
A lot of small pairs tonight. Threes, fours, deuces. Oh, there's ace queen for Jason.
Yeah, this is definitely a fun situation to where threes are definitely going to be a hand you want to just call with from like a somewhat early position when you're Alex here, because a lot of the time if a board comes like ace 3x, you know that Jason's range is going to be like ace queen plus because he's been on the tighter side. It is a weird board. Chaz with the king jack, so
I think those Shane. Well,
it's weird because I think both players that Chaz is playing against, it's really hard to actually get value out of them. But he does go for a bet. I'm very surprised here. Alex has been on more on the tighter side with his bets. But this is definitely the best way to get value out of people who are this tight, is to just check, call, or check raise with hands that are somewhat marginal like this king jack. You're never really too happy about getting value off of king jack here, but especially against a player type. Except now you're feeling really good.
Two pairs, a good check here.
Right? Yeah, he's gonna go check raise if Alex were to bet, but I don't think Alex is gonna continue.
I think it's gonna go check, and then a three's gonna bink on the river, and all hell will break loose.
So Alex does bet here.
Wow.
And this is a great spot for Chaz to check raise.
I think he's just gonna call.
A lot of his hands that the thing is that a lot of his hands that he should be check raising here are going to be hands like queen 10 suited, 6-4 suited, all hands that have gained equity on the turn, 6-4 of hearts, queen 10 of hearts, for example. These are hands that he's going to be floating with. And you can actually, the reason that Alex is probably betting here is you can put Chaz on a range that doesn't. Okay, and he does go for the check raise.
There you go. And a quick fall.
Yeah, and that's pretty standard by Chaz. He did that really well. Good recognition of that, and he's gonna be wanting to do that with hands like 6-4 of hearts, queen 10 of hearts. Specifically because you're targeting. So it's not that you're targeting the exact hand that Alex has. You're targeting the hands that Alex should have. And Alex, as we've seen, has checked with nutted hands, but bet pretty much only also when he's like pretty strong. So Alex is gonna call check raises there with ace king. He's gonna call check raises there with king queen, and he's gonna be also having some sevens and fives, but most of the time he's not. So you're targeting a really, wide range of hands that you're betting against for value, and there are not many hands that can continue betting on the river unless they have, again, more equity like a queen 10 suited type hand. And you want to deny equity while gaining value on those hands.
7 or 8.
I paid for 5 rounds. I think everyone else got 2 rounds. So I think,
And opening up to 50, the ace deuce suited. Getting a little wider.
my bill was 210.
Ooh, and right away, Matt, he's been very quiet so far.
No, it's not.
Now he's able to actually raise with a hand.
Like these guys.
This can be a situation where it actually can be a little bad that he's been a little tighter. But overall, I think he's going to get called a lot of the spots here.
I mean,
Well, there's different classes. The repo is like the lowest for class A, and it can be cheaper.
oh, you
Here
get that
it's
Yeah,
25.
he does continue. Out of position, you do want to be raising these suited aces a lot of the time. These wheel aces actually work really strong, even
Looks like
against the top of the range.
Yeah, they both hit an ace, it looks like.
Yeah,
your friend that was just here.
Mm.
Mexican guy with
and this is actually why ace deuce can be really strong, is that if you were to raise pre-flop with the ace deuce
Okay, yeah.
against a hand like kings, for example, tens, you do have a lot of equity against. Ace deuce is only a 34% dog against hands like kings, queens, jacks, and tens. In this spot particularly, it's obviously really bad. I don't think he's going to end up calling in the future.
What's Matt's bet size in here?
I would say somewhere 550.
He's like telling me everything, and I'm like, okay, go for it then.
Okay.
Spot on.
Yeah.
575.
And so he does actually know. It seems that he's actually studied a lot of GCO from every pot that I've seen. He's been very strong. And good fold by Alex there. A little exploitable in terms of a fold, but regardless, good fold. A lot of the times, this is kind of the problem with not 3-bet, 4-bet. A lot of the game, when you're playing against studied players, is knowing what should be in your 3 and 4-bet ranges. And a lot of those ranges are very capped. When you're only 3-bet, 4-betting kings, queens, etc., then your 4-bet ranges are never going to be weak. They're only going to be strong. And when you're just calling ace deuce suited, your 3-bet calling range is going to just look like ace deuce suited. So you're only raising, this is kind of important for like learning poker, is if you're only raising ace king plus in the spot where you're getting 3-bet, then you're going to be extremely exploitable. And that's where people like Chaz really shine, is understanding this person is only calling in a 3-bet range. He's never re-raising ace-5 suited.
Let's see how Bet on Drew plays these nines against Chaz's ace-7 off.
Yeah, and this could be big. This is definitely a really good spot, kind of what I'm talking about, where Chaz is going to want to be re-raising here. And I do think that Chaz has the knowledge of 3-bet, 4-bet ranges, where out of position, he's going to be wanting to either raise or fold here. And he goes with the fold option.
You're the man, man. You're the man. These don't count as raises.
I think we're going to see a call by Dominator here at the very least.
He's wanting to mix it up now.
Oh, he really wanted to. I thought he was last to act. It's a lot different when you're not last to act.
I was gonna, no, I mean, I was gonna give him.
Oh, I see. I would have liked a bigger raise sizing by Drew here, but I understand. I think he wants more playability post-flop. Wow. Ceddy thinking that Drew is so tight that he's going to fold King Jack almost. That's crazy.
Well, the thing was, there was a little controversy on how much Drew actually bet. And they were tossing chips back and forth. He put out a couple greens versus a red. So maybe he announced it but put out the wrong.
Oh, I see.
Because Chaz was waiting a second to see what's going on. And $50 bet takes it down.
All right, rack up, Drew. You got a $100 win. Rack up.
Book it. Book it.
Book it.
What's funny is when you took that card off the table, had pocket queens, and it picked it up.
But you know, Drew's been doing this for over 10 years. You know, it's very comfortable. Tournaments or cash.
I've barely been alive for 10 years.
What?
I'm gonna try.
I'm getting barrels.
Someone was like, wait a second.
Yeah.
The dealer at a table in Vegas ID'd me the other day in a tournament. I was very surprised because you know they make you do your ID to actually like join the tournament. They make you show your ID and then you get the tournament entry and stuff.
Okay.
But the dealer mid game was like, "Can I see your ID?" Which I've never had happen before, but it was I forgot how young I was because all my friends are like 35 plus.
Oh.
Ooh,
Drew's gonna mix it up a little bit.
yeah, I like this. And Lettuce Maker is back. I did not notice.
Yes, he bought it in for 2K.
Dad, y'all have it?
He went
trying to
to
make
he
some
went to go
lettuce.
get some lettuce.
Yeah, we both thought about it at
Yeah.
the same time.
Yes.
And gets Alex to fold Queen Jack, and that's the power of aggression, y'all. You get a hand like Queen Jack that is so strong. Obviously, Queen Jack is not like super strong, but it is very strong. You get it to fold with this aggression. You might even get twos to fold, but nope. Lettuce wants to hit that set. He's going mining. He's looking for a Snow White.
He's looking for a king 9 deuce flop.
I did not fold queen.
Oh, and that is a great flop for Drewski's. He's going to be betting a lot. I think he's going to go around 95 on a board like this.
Albert on the stream would be decent. Fun. Be a good time.
If you can be that far off, don't be guessing no more. Wow, and Lettuce Maker just says, "Let's go." The Jack counterfeits him, and he's got hearts. How can he not bet here? Oh, he turns the king, so he's definitely up 2 pair.
And this is a great card to actually check on. Once you get this showdown value, you want hands like twos to think that you have a flush draw.
Yeah, but the 2 of hearts will kill him.
Oh, and Drew does check.
You called it.
Really good recognition there by Drew. He knows where he is. He knows now that the heart didn't get there, which is better for Drew. Drew can go like 350, and he's targeting a jack. And he would want to be making this bluff with hands like 9-10.
Does he ever just check it back here and say, "Well, I only got a 9 kicker"?
No, so actually it's really important that he has the 9 of hearts, y'all, and this is something really big for y'all to learn in your game. Having the 9 of hearts here is really, really good. Oh my gosh, don't tell me I was right on the money.
Pot size bet.
Well, I said 350, and I think he did 350. Let's see here. He did go 350. Wow, I am. Get me in this game.
You said you got 12K. You said you're gonna come in for 12K.
I wish. No, I don't got 12K for this game right now.
Wait, so you just like updated
No,
your shit and didn't put me in it?
But really good
like
recognition
fucking
by
pan to the
Drew
camera,
there.
pan to
The
the
9 of
camera.
hearts, something that people do not understand a lot about poker,
You did?
is one of the biggest things.
I was standing over there.
Blockers, super important. Having that 9 of hearts does not give him his opponent 9-10 of hearts. So that means that his opponent can't be on a flush draw that has some sort of combo draw. Because you're blocking that, the only hands that you're actually going to end up targeting are jacks that don't believe you. So the 350 is a really good sizing. Jacks are going to look you up because you have the 9 of hearts. You can tell this is something I'm going to do with 9-10 of hearts, with even like 7-9 of hearts.
James text me.
So are you really on
Matt with the ducks this time makes it 35. And watch him flop a set. Easy as pie, right?
Dude, Google it.
Ducks have been on the table a lot tonight.
People that are into men that look like lumberjacks. They're called
Oh, and Jason calls with the 9-8. I'm glad to see him get a little crazy, or not crazy.
For
Get
him,
it,
right?
Yeah. I'm glad to see him join the party.
He's on the button.
I would actually like a re-raise by 6-3 suited. It's better than a call. And he does end up calling.
Oh, Ceddy
Kings
the
here.
Kings. There's the bet.
If there was anything that I could comment on Ceddy's game is not taking enough time to think about what he's doing. I just every time he's had something, he's raised in 2 seconds. Otherwise, he's taken his time. And it's like, if someone's watching the stream, I would instantly get that.
And Matt's making a quick call with deuces. And Jason's coming along with the 9-8 of diamonds.
Yeah,
The
9-8 of
Dominic's
diamonds.
in there too.
9-8
He's hoping
of, sorry. 9-8 of diamonds is a really good hand to. Wow. What an action flop. We got Dominator with the flush draw, Ceddy with the Ceddy.
and Jason with a flush draw, the better flush draw. And Matt's going to quickly fold.
Yeah.
This could easily escalate very quickly. Look at this.
This only escalates. Whoa.
There's raisin chips.
Wow. I did not see that coming, guys.
Does Dominator just
Dominator.
is he going to rip his 3,000 into this pot?
Looks like Dominator snap folded, if I'm not wrong.
Oh, okay. I didn't see that.
Yeah,
I got you.
which is a good play.
Look, a raise. Ceddy says, let's play for stacks.
Dang, and this is not where I would expect Jason to do this. I would expect Jason to just have called. He has been very tight. It would have been better in position to just call. He might think that Ceddy will run it twice, and if you think someone's going to run it twice, sometimes it's better to shove with your draws, which is why some people don't like running twice, but
Oh, he makes a pair.
pair's no good.
No, he needs a
Oh,
quads. Quads should do it. Oh, they are running it twice.
Yeah.
Ceddy doesn't like now. It's could be a very high. What's the percentage of being a chop right here?
When they started, the percentage of being a chop was like 35, 40%.
Now he needs a 7. Wow, he missed on both runouts.
Yeah.
Ceddy takes down another nice pot, 4.4K.
Ceddy just killing it tonight. Good stuff to Ceddy. Sometimes you also just get the cards in the right way.
Right. Does Jason ever make a call there on the flop versus raising where Ceddy can re-raise?
I think that the raise is purely, I think he pure raised based on wanting to run it twice. That is something that, when you're out of your depth, you're playing a game that you might not be accustomed to, you're going to want to run it twice, right? And you want to see the most cards. You want to see 5 cards. If you just call there, you're kind of in a spot where you can't run it twice, but you're also kind of pot committed, and you're also like playing for a big pot. So I think that's what got him to raise there from what we've seen. Otherwise, he wouldn't have done that.
And Dominator's going to be thrilled that he folded a flush draw, not knowing that Jason's was bigger, but they both bricked out.
Yeah, great recognition by Dominator. From what we've seen, I actually thought that he would. I think that if Jason had just called, that it might have played out differently. But regardless, I think it was really good recognition for him to snap fold. I wish he would still take his time. I know I've said it a lot, but it's been really crazy to me to see just like how fast people are playing. But at the same time, it really depends on the environment. It seems like everyone's kind of chilling. Everyone's a little, doesn't seem like the money matters as much for a lot of these guys. It's more
Right.
about the play.
And, I think Ceddy actually plays, like you said, I think he plays fast and cash and more thought process and tournaments.
Yeah.
Because if he does change up right here, playing the kings a little slower, taking more time, the people they'll get a read on him too, right?
Yeah.
When he shows his hands, going, okay, when he slows down, he's got monsters.
Yeah.
So his rhythm is his rhythm.
Yeah, and there are actually a lot of things on timing tells. Timing tells are important. Even online, timing tells are important. So imagine how much more important they are on live.
Matt goes from ducks to queens.
Yeah.
He said, I can't win with ducks, let me get some queens.
And Matt just kind of slowly, he's been on the side of constant long-term profit. He seems very much like a player who thinks a lot about long-term EV. I haven't played with him before, but he's been very strong so far. Nice, another pot for him.
And you throw out EV for all our watchers?
Yeah, and EV is expected value. Anytime you enter a pot with any hand, some hands have a higher expected value than others. Some have an actually negative expected value. And it's something that really helps just knowing what ranges you have. When you have a range that is more on the side of negative EV. Long term, you're going to lose a lot of money. Whereas if you stick to a cash game range that has kind of extra layers into it, for example, there's some cash game charts on Upswing Poker that you can get that just have really good EV. Long term, they're going to make you a lot of money live poker.
So your EV will be based on specific cards,
Yeah. So like
ranges of cards.
yeah, and so in this spot, Dominator's raising with a hand like A6, which long term isn't really going to make a lot of money, but being able to actually use that hand as a way to bluff, like now he has a 6 of spades, which is actually a decent card in this spot. You kind of want your opponent to have hands like 6-5 of spades, versus like having a hand like King Queen where he's not blocking the queens and he's blocking all draws here. But regardless, it is good recognition to be able to know, like, oh, I should raise this against this type of player. And that's actually a really interesting card when he has the 6 of spades. Because he's blocking 6-5, he's not going to get folds, but he is... Oh, I was going to say I expect him to raise here, or we bet here with 6 of spades, but he ends up not doing it.
Like 20, 27, 28.
And Lettucemaker takes down one pot that he hasn't won. I think that's his first pot right now.
Yeah. And that's always a really good, I mean, you know, you kind of feel like you need pots sometimes. Sometimes we feel like, oh, whatever it might be, whatever, how bad I'm doing or however good I'm doing, I just need to win this pot for my confidence. That can be really strong. Ooh.
There we go.
Drew didn't want it. Oh, I guess it would have gone to the lettuce maker.
Matt's nervous. Drew's on the table. Right?
Yeah.
Okay, guys, let me check out what's going on in our mystery bounty. Let's see how many players we ended up having, because I think this registration is... Oh, we're at 10 minutes left. 247 players.
Dang.
My goodness. 682 rebuys.
That's crazy.
We haven't done the add-ons yet. You can still do add-ons for 60 bucks.
And whoever wins this, we don't know. It's going to be a mystery.
What is Drew coming in with? The ace-4 offsuit.
Yeah, taking his ace blocker as a raise here. I don't know if I agree with doing it when Chaz is on my left. But in general, I think it's fine to take your ace blockers in a game where you think you can take down pots a little bit stronger. I don't know if I like it in this spot.
Let's see Alex doing a 4-bet here.
I don't know if he's going to 4-bet. Is he 4-betting?
I want him to. Yes.
Oh, very small 4-bet. I think this is a position-based sizing. Regardless, I would like to see a little bigger, but interesting.
Yeah, but Chaz is going to play this hand. If you make it 350, he's going to come in with that hand. It's only 250.
Yeah, this gives a little more rope to Chaz to 5-bet though, which is the problem. Does end up calling 10-9. I don't blame him. It's a hand that has a ton of equity. It's going to have a lot of opportunities to improve, and it's going to hit a lot of hands that might connect with a hand like Ace-Jack, where, you know, Jack 8-7 is a good example. And this one is not going to be one that he's going to continue on very often. He might float for a street if Alex goes like 180, but I think Alex should go on the bigger side instead of 180, which I felt like he would go for 180. Yep. Oh my gosh. Oh, how do I do it? Okay. Well, I would have.
I'm writing down the numbers and you're reading them.
Okay, so I knew you would go 180, but I was going to say I would rather have seen somewhere around 290.
But either way, he can't call with a Jack Deuce Deuce board. There's never any equity for Chaz to continue.
If one of the deuces was a heart, he would always call.
Right. He has a flush draw. There's equity. But right with that rainbow, or yeah, it was a rainbow.
It's not
there's
terrible.
no equity.
It's not terrible to float because your opponent really shouldn't have as many ace jacks. Ace Jack's really shouldn't be. Only Ace Jack suited is really going to 4-bet you there. And for a player like him, when you've seen how tight he's been, there's a lot of times where you're not even going to want to re-raise. Where that player is not going to re-raise Ace Jack. If anything, I would put him more on the side of Queens plus with the 4-bet, especially when he's going so small. And I actually thought that Chaz would 5-bet pre-flop to somewhere like 750, which I think would have got him to fold.
Yeah, I would just like to see them both miss the flop, 100%, and then just go at it. You know.
If they both miss the flop, Chaz takes down the pot.
I'm gonna jump.
And Traveler having a really nice night. I mean, he's going
To the moon.
to the moon for
Yeah.
sure. I mean, he's building that stack really really far. I like the way he's built them. Every time I see Ceddy, he has a fun way of building. He's built once in a way that was like, I don't even remember. It looked like a dam.
Oh, yeah.
Have you seen the one?
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah. That one was really really funny to me because I can't do it.
No, he's had a lot of practice, right?
Yeah. And Chaz gonna call here with the Queen 9 suited. Oh, okay, so it's a limped pot. Now this is kind of where I would expect other people to be playing Ace Jack, is the way that Ceddy did. This is a weird spot for Ceddy to be limping. It's kind of what I was talking about, where I think he's really only raising with. Wow.
That two pair for someone?
Yeah, it's 2-pair. It's 2-pair, but it's also like 5-4 for Lettuce Maker, which is the backdoor straight draws. But also, he's never gonna think that his 2 pairs not. I think, you know, if you're Lettuce Maker, you're thinking my 2 pair is gonna be good if I hit. This is a problem with why Chaz. Yeah, and like I was saying, Lettuce, if he hits a 5 here, he will get stacked.
Yes, or a 4.
Yeah, 4 definitely, and that's just gonna kill the action. But honestly, against someone like Dominator, you almost never put him on a king. I would put Dominator more on hands like 5-6, but the problem is that when you have the 5-4, he's gonna have a lot less 5-6. And I like the small bet from Dominator. I think I might have gone bigger with my image if I'm Dominator, but he is, you know, trying to get value out of hands like 5-4.
Yeah, if you turn kings full, I think you check back there.
Yeah, check back would
What-
not be bad, but
yeah, just $80. No one's calling there now. If he catches a 4,
yeah, that
he
can
catches
get,
the case 4, then you know, let us make him. I think he's good there.
yeah. I think one of the strong things about the play that he's making is that it's not just about the hand, but about his long-term image. In general, overall, he's been betting with everything. We've seen him re-raise with hands that definitely shouldn't be in there. We've seen him call with hands that shouldn't be in there. He's really, what I think, he's really trying to better player people. He's trying to play, you know, he knows people's ranges, and that he can play to their ranges, play against their kind of like images really well. And I think he has done really well about kind of knowing where he is in a lot of spots. We see Jammer opening up ace-5 suited. I think he's gotten a little antsy here.
Yeah, he hasn't played a hand in a while.
Yeah. And all these players are playing. Oh, you do not want to run into Chaz when he has ace-queen suited. I believe that if Chaz were to re-raise here, Jammer might shove because of the dynamic that Chaz. Now Chaz going for a little too big of a sizing. I think I would have liked to see somewhere like 225. But
Look at Jammer. He's going to make the call, though. He's
Yeah.
going to get bullied again.
I expected the shove, but I at least expected a call.
If an ace comes out, he's getting stacked.
Yeah. And the reason that I thought he would shove is because I know he has, ooh. And I think, you know, this is the problem with not shoving is if you're just calling, you're hoping to get lucky, but shoving is the same thing. And now losing value on a hand like ace queen with no fold equity. Ace queen is pretty much always gonna float with the diamond on the board. I don't know if he's putting him on any tens. Ooh, and he does fold. Okay, Chaz, good recognition there. I definitely thought he would float for the 200.
Well, he's knowing that he knows Jammer
Oh, well, that's okay.
has
He's gonna pay the tournament.
a 10,
Pay the tournament.
the 5, or at least a pair. And Chaz is the equity of him drawing to an ace or a queen. You know, 2 cards coming.
Yeah. I don't think Jammer ever has any tens there in his range at all. But he definitely does have overpairs. But the thing is, I think he's jamming anything that's jacks plus. So,
Well, 7s, 8s, 9s, he just wants to see where he's at. But Chaz knows that he's drawing
yeah.
to those 6 outs.
Yeah, I think the most thing I'd be afraid of is like ace king. But here's the thing: is like, this is really important because this is like the thing about short stack is if we look down at the list of hands that Jammer would jam, it's all jacks plus, right? So and it's also ace king, ace jack, etc. He almost never is calling with anything else unless it's like 7s or 8s. And so you're not in terrible shape against 7s or 8s. And a lot of the times you might even just have him in a bad situation. So, you know, when we look at that flop, we think, oh, he's going to have a 10, so why would I bet or whatever. But in reality, he never has 10s with his range because he's never opening any 10s and then calling for more than the third of his stack. But it's always really dependent. I think against Jammer, I would think differently. But yeah, regardless, Jammer taking down that pot's really good. He definitely doesn't want to see the turn or river.
Right, he can't check there ever.
Yeah.
Thank you. I'm just gonna lie and say that.
Did we lose Jason, or is he coming back? I don't know what happened.
I think
there.
he left after you got stacked.
Okay.
And I think we might be getting Kelvin.
Yeah, Calvin's tough.
Kelvin is crazy. But we'll see. Seems like they were trying to get him in.
Who doesn't want Calvin in the game, right?
Yeah. I've known him for a while. Used to play from a lot of Abby Jays, but Abby Jays is not my favorite place to play right now.
I don't even know what you're talking about. All I know is Rounders.
Yeah, Rounders is the only place for me.
Are you doing Esto?
So we're gonna be opening up Ethan's School of Poker pretty soon. So if you guys want to be get some online classes. Oh, hold on. Chaz with Pocket Kings. Let's go to this.
Yeah, and this is really. Oh wow, 5s. I don't. Okay, he's gonna fold the 5s here. The Queen Jack is definitely gonna call here. Oh wow, did he fold?
Yep.
Oh, that is interesting to me. I definitely think that Chaz is gonna have a lot of bluffs there. But he's out of position with the Queen Jack off. I do like the fold. I think against Chaz's range, I might call. But regardless, I don't think you can go wrong with folding. The best way to make money in poker is to not put chips in the pot.
But I played all the others, and I'm like auto cash.
Out of position?
Out of position especially.
45th, 11. In 3 different places. Actually, Tulsa, Sacramento.
I'd like to hear the table talk. Unfortunately, we can't hear it, guys, because we see Ceddy holding a conversation.
I don't know if we want to hear what Ceddy's talking about.
Sometimes, he's always got great conversation.
Yeah, no, I'm just joking. Sometimes I want to hear what Ceddy has to say. Like maybe a good fifth of the time. And Ceddy defending with the Queen 6 suited, actually ahead by a lot.
Right, it's almost a 60-40, right?
Yeah. And I think this is going to go back. Kelvin is coming in. Looks like he's coming in for a big stack, too. Looks like at least 4K.
Yeah.
And this does go back fold. I would have liked to see a float with the Queen 6.
There's Edwin, if you guys see, Edward. There's Edward, if you see Matt talking to him. He won Event 1, the
Yep.
first monster event we had.
Made 14K or something like
Yeah,
that.
74. We had guaranteed 40,000. Got up to 74,000.
Yeah.
Congratulations to him. Also, he just had a baby girl.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Congratulations to him if he watches this.
Just so you don't have to have it in front of you. Thank you, brother.
You just not straddle.
Looks like he might have wanted to get on stream and ended up not going to.
He's on the list, but he's out playing in the outer table. And you know, sometimes you get on the list and you're just running good out there. You don't want to leave,
Yeah.
regardless. This is a tough table. I mean, there's a lot of money on the table, but holy cow.
Anytime I have people that ask for coaching, I always say avoid these games regardless of your bankroll. I have seen people with millions lose constant, and just thing is, if you lose 1,000, 2,000 a day in a year, that's a lot of money. 2,000 a day, 756K a year.
Drew is booking a win.
Oh, is he out?
I guess someone's coming in for a seat. Maybe it's Edward.
Are you still in it though, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I get it. I get it.
Don't check my math from the yearly 2000. I know I'm somewhere close, but
Look, Calvin walks in the first hand with a pocket pair.
Yeah, pocket tens just fold.
Everybody folds to him, so
Dude, I
nice.
love pocket tens today. I
Really?
bubbled the
and now we're not going to get to bet on
Really?
Drew. Always make jokes of his name. We got the bowling alley pins for Cedric. Stacking them
Yeah.
chips real nicely.
Lose that over.
Damn, Cedric, you're stacking her.
I'm not gonna lie. Hey, congrats on your. I know you wanted first, but yeah, that's a good run.
He did text his wife, said, "Baby, I'm up X. I'm gonna come home." She said, "Yeah, well, how much? You stay there. Don't you come home?
Stay there, lose it for me.
Keep building it."
I don't want you bringing home any money, honey. That's usually the text I get from my wife.
The real they got me in there is Chad.
Oh wow,
Gotta be Chad.
folding to Kelvin with the pocket sixes. I'm very surprised by.
Well, there's a couple. Look at all the
Ceddy.
straddles. There we go.
Ooh, and
Hey,
Ed
dude,
coming
can you
in.
tell me- can you tell
He
me
is
the big
taking Drew's seat.
I'm trying to be Big Daddy Chaz. All right. We've been going there for like 3
Drew will
years
fill the
now.
table or give his seat up to let someone else play. Always.
But only if he's up. No, I'm joking. Nah, Drew. Drew definitely is a good guy. It's been great hanging out with him. It's been great since he's came. We've been on a couple travels together, and it's been fun to get to know him. He's a cool guy. And here with the snap jack by Queen Jack. This is why that ranges can be really rough, is that when you snap check flops that don't hit your range, you literally are just giving so much information for future hands, and that's where timing tell can really come into play.
Is this where Chaz has to bet with the two pair? Our visual just went out, guys. Oh. 1 second.
Congrats on the win. Yeah. I'm trying to be like you,
We are in the dark.
I'm trying to be like you, Saeed. I'm trying to be like
I'll try to think of some jokes.
At the end of the day, everybody's trying to be like Chaz. I will. It's just
All right, I want you to guess what just happened.
everybody has goals, right? I wonder if Chaz wants
I think that Chaz probably got quads on the river
Nah, Chaz wants to be
Nice.
and ends up winning. Oh, that was close. So I think it looked like they bet the turn.
Oh yeah, he jumped him.
We didn't. I did not see the action at all, but it does
Wow,
look like
and
it.
a call.
He probably has $500 million
And
and he wants to.
Chaz is always going to call here with the 5, and this is again the thing about the range is doesn't really make sense for Kelvin. Kelvin's story doesn't make any sense,
405.
and I think this is going to be a quick call for Chaz. Oh no, he's actually deliberating. Okay, this can be a lot of things, but I think a lot of the times your opponent's going to show up with a bluff here.
Honestly, like, I think that's.
His story doesn't make sense to me, but I think Chaz will come to a conclusion that wow, and he does make the fold. Great bet by Kelvin. Very surprised, but depends on the history that they've had against each other.
Right, right. I believe that has more to do with than the bet. The bet sizing was strong.
Yeah, I think I would call. I don't think the story makes sense too much, but I understand a fold. And sometimes you don't want to, just give 400. You call it the ace-5, and then you're like, man, they just showed 8s. One of the worst feelings is when they show you the 8s and you call it the ace-5. You know they're somewhat weak. Just how weak.
Let him take it again. Let him take it again.
What Chaz would do to me by betting that money, Calvin did to him.
Yeah. And yeah, no, I mean, you can see Calvin came here to play. He's been very active so far. He might have 100% VPIP. He also has good hands. I think he's trying to straddle. They're seeing if they let him.
Let's see if he can straddle with there's a straddle in between or no.
No, I think he was too late in putting out the straddle.
You know what I mean? So I mean, he could do.
Ceddy says, let him straddle. Let him straddle. I want that money.
I wasn't trying to call it consciousness.
Gotta get a pad
Oh,
out
look.
for everybody.
Okay. So I can't play stream, dude.
Stream betting. Yeah, that extra quarter.
Play stream.
Ceddy comes in with a raise.
Wow. Oh my
Oh.
god.
Wow, here we go. Matt has a nice pair of 9s. He's going to, was that a 4-bet? No, a 3-bet?
Yeah, and it's a big 3-bet. You can kind of tell he's more on the side of taking down pots rather than playing them. And, out of position, this is a really good raise. This is a good sizing. Really depends on your goal. A lot of his goal seems to be, let me take my 9s. If someone calls, my 9s are going to be good a lot of the time. If someone folds, I'm taking down $200.
Right, instead he's saying the worst hand he's raising me with is ace-king, and I got king-jack, so
Yeah,
I'm pretty dominated, not knowing he has 9s.
I think Matt can probably put in a couple other bad hands, but from what we've seen so far, no. He seems capable of it, but I don't think we've really seen a spot where he's had to be put in a situation where he needs to. Overall, he's either had been card dead or had good cards.
Well, we saw earlier where he caught the ace on the river and said he led into him, he folded.
Yeah.
So he knows where he's at.
Yeah. Overall, his sizings, his play, they've been very standard, very, very good. Very studied.
Yes,
Very
that's
adaptable.
That's what I was going to say, very accomplished.
And he's wearing a bear shirt, so it's always cool to see people with animal shirts. Ed coming in with the plaque. I see you, Ed.
Mm-hmm.
Looks like we have a raise to 120.
He's putting that new money he won into play.
Yeah. Only 7 buy-ins and it's gone.
He does well.
Yeah, he does well. No, it's just that it's always a dilemma, right?
Right.
Kind of what I was talking about earlier, where you did all that work for the 14K and it can just go by when Chaz decides to call you with 7-5 suited for
Right.
2K.
I'll bring up a hand on the old rounders. I'll tell you what happened.
Ooh, and Ed's getting more cash out. You're already in for a lot there. I need more cash.
Let's see how active he gets.
Ooh, and that's a fun card. I think Chaz would shut down on a lot of turns. I think this turn specifically gives him enough equity in his mind to actually bet here. But it also gives him enough equity to check. So he can go either way. This gives him a little more rivers that he can see with other hands, like ace-3 suited, if he checks. But he gets more equity with the 7. So he does decide to go with the aggressive line. I don't fault either way. But I think he's going to get looked up by Dominator. In fact, I could see Dominator raising, but good, just call. And this is the problem with having hands like Queen 8, is that you really do allow your opponent to see a lot of rivers and turns.
Right, it's too good to fold, but it's too bad to raise.
Yeah. And no blood on the river. See how Chaz takes this one. This is actually a decent river to go big on, because you are going to have a lot of queen jacks. If that's a story that you're telling, sometimes you have to tell a story. Sometimes you just have to go for it.
And their stacks are even.
If he is going to bet, I'd like somewhere about 1.4 to 1.6. But it looks like he's going for a more...
No, he's getting a 500. It's like 900. It's almost 3/4 of a pot.
I would like to see a bigger bet if we're going to make this play.
It is 900, yeah. 3/4 of a pot.
Yeah.
My buddy's dad is like a single pilot himself.
We're having a little technical difficulties. Man, I want to see the call or fold.
And I wouldn't fault either play. I think a lot of the times that Chaz needs to go for a bigger sizing there, but 900 he's also going to do with his value as well. You don't want hands to fold, but you also want to be getting value with your overbets when you do have hands like Queen Jack and Ace Queen there. A lot of the problem can be that the hands that you're targeting on this type of board. So it does look like he called. Good call by him. Good recognition of where he was.
We don't know how long it took to call, but he did make the call.
It was fairly quick because we got our stuff up really fast.
That ended up being a $3,000 pot.
Yeah. And that's kind of what I was talking about earlier with, like, you know, the difference between $100 and $140. Doesn't really seem like a lot, but it can be.
It doesn't matter here, I don't think.
I've often made people fold for $17 when they would have called $13. It's a little easier or smaller of a comparison in the way that I think that's an easier way to look at that example. So a lot of times, ooh, and this is going to be actually a big one. Yeah.
Especially if it comes out paint cards, right?
Oh, and Dominator just calls. I think good recognition that Jammers early. Oh wait, well, actually Jammers opening from cutoff, so it is weird with the straddles. I think he is in early position still with the straddles. Wow, and I think Jammer's getting paid off. Yeah, a lot of the times he's just going to bet he should go 150, but he might go a little bigger because he's short stacked.
I think you're spot on. There's one.
I lost too much money in the game. I'm just going to stay around.
150.
Then he tells me I lost 13 bullets. I said, "You lost 2
Oh my gosh, guys.
Oh, it's
Can we get it? No, it's 150. Can we get a tally in the chat how many times I've gotten the exact bet?
There's a quick call.
Oh, I'm proud of myself.
Now let's see a 7 come off, a non-flush 7.
Bro, 13 bullets.
Okay, 5, same card.
Yep.
5 or 7 doesn't matter.
Now, it is weird with his dynamic. I think Jammer should shove a lot of the time on a turn like this, but he can also go something in the middling size. It's really awkward, though, because you go 400, leaving yourself 580. It's kind of not you're targeting the same exact hands that you're targeting with a shove, but a shove looks more like a flush draw.
Yeah, I think Kelvin. I also think right here Kelvin's just calling because he's putting him on a flush draw.
Yeah, exactly. So when the heart gets there, you kind of are just going to check back onto the heart river, and now you can shove. But like if it were a heart river, it would just go check check, and you miss
It
500.
does go check check. What the heck?
And that's why the shove on the turn is better. Even though it's 2x pot, the hands that you're targeting are flush draws, Jack 10 suited, Queen 10 suited, and worse kings. So when you go 400 to 500 and leaving yourself 500, you're doing the same thing but leaving so much value off of the table. Those spots are actually really big to look at. I've definitely talked a lot with Jammer about hands and stuff, so I hope he can look back on that.
Well, maybe he'll go and watch the stream and hear the commentary and know that, hey, that is a good shoving point. You don't want the hearts to get there in case he's on a flush draw.
Yeah.
You
want to
he
get
has
value
the
on
same,
those.
if he has the same exact hands, the king, jack of spades versus ace king, he's going to get paid off 99% of the time.
Now, it's really important to note that the shove is only strong there because of the stack, the SPR, which just means stack to pot ratio. It's essentially a formula that tells you, okay, this is how much you're going to have by the end of the river, and this is how much you should bet.
Well, basically, he had a pot size bet. He can't shove there with 5,000 and expect to get called.
Yeah.
But if he shoves with 800, Calvin's already put out 600. He's got top pair with a good kicker. He's going to call.
Yeah, and especially if you've had experience with Calvin. Now, it matters if you haven't had experience with Calvin, but from my experience, he's been more on the aggressive side. Regardless, it's always good to take down a pot. And he's up 1.2K now, which is nice for him.
Jammer?
Yeah.
Yeah. He sat down with 500.
Yeah, almost tripled.
He's raised and fold a few hands, but, playing his game his way.
We just need to see him get 7 deuce. Oh, he's no longer called 7 deuce Jammer.
He's just Jammer.
He's just Jammer.
Seat 1 is called the Tower. Tower Maker.
Tower, yeah. Ceddy has been doing really well this year.
Poker Tower.
Poker Toweler. I don't know.
Right? All right, well, they're off break, so let's check out our $20,000 guaranteed mystery bounty. Why these hands? We got 7s, 4s going on.
And we got all 4s have been shown to be dead.
258 players, 824 rebuys. We haven't even got the add-ons yet.
That's crazy.
My goodness.
The add-ons are going to be somewhere within the 600
The
range.
highest bounty's $4,000. Good luck to those people out there drawing bounties. Now, bounties will be drawn once we get into the cash. That is event number 7, everybody. Look at this, a set of 7s. What you need to see? Yes.
Oh, wow. Set of 7s. And we have also a gut shot. Oh, wait, no, I'm wrong. I thought he had 8-6.
Hey, I said something about the about time Eagles. Yeah, did you all watch the Redskins take down the undefeated Eagles yesterday? I did.
I've seen it.
Dave, how many bounties we getting out there tonight? $26,000 prize pool.
For a free roll. All right, guys, I'm going to take another 2-hand break to finish my food real quick.
Yeah, yeah.
How much?
I just $8. $5. I'll get one. You guys want one? Advertise that.
Yes. Dude, the guy that pulled the top 10 against me.
Not even like 100. Like 100.
I saw the starter batch. I bought 10. I got to see how it goes.
Yeah. Why are they so good though? That's like because they all play online. Because all the live games in Europe are atrocious. So.
Did you design it or it was already ready to go? Nice.
You see the rating?
Yeah, no, but still, it's
Edward's going to raise the 75 with the ace-5 off.
Germans can't even play online.
you gotta like link them on
He did win event number 1 here.
talk and they like go there's bad pregame.
That's what's the worst.
I do like him though. He's actually really cool, but the fact that he pulled
Dominator with a 3-bet with Queen Jack off. He's going to take the pot.
and it was 3 ways, so I had to show.
He's been very aggressive tonight. Not scared to mix it up.
Not good for the game. They're not good for the game.
Bro, I like mistreated one of the girls
It
come
killed
back
me.
in Austin.
And they chilled.
Then I had him removed from the fucking car.
Yeah, he like yells out. He like chills.
I had a kid removed from 52 social because like he came to the game. No, he came to the game. It wasn't even a private game. He came to the game. He
Poker
goes,
Travelers has a $10 straddle out. Jammer's not going to do
and I
20.
looked at him. I said, "Don't be that fucking guy." And he goes, "What? And I
He's
said,
ran a
"Don't be that
stack up
fucking
from
guy."
500 to 2,000.
And then fucking buys the mid.
Making
I
some
said,
hands
"Don't be that
tonight. Very
fucking
happy.
guy." And he goes, "Well, what does he mean then?" And they're like 200. So he goes 300. And I go, "Oh, you motherfucker!" I was like, "You motherfucker!" So like immediately, dude, I was like, "Dude, I'm gonna fucking put y'all in every fucking hand, and you better hit and run. You better fucking hit and run, or you're gonna go home broke." And literally, he was in my big run. I'm like, all in. So
What'd you say?
some good stuff. So anyway, he busts like 2 bullets, and he goes to buy a third, and I go, "Bro, this isn't your fucking game, bro. You're playing."
Big Daddy Chaz with the King 7 of spades versus Dominator Queen 9 of diamonds.
He goes, "This guy is what happened."
It's about a 50-50.
So he like tells someone,
Flip
"Go forward,
here.
go forward, come whatever," and they go, "Ceddy, what's going on?" I was like, "This guy's an asshole, and he needs to be escorted out of the front."
King 7 makes a pair. Chaz takes the lead.
That's awesome. That's awesome.
Plus, like Adrian's
Well,
at the
Dominator's got the
table,
2 overcards to the
Bruce
board.
is at the table. Everybody's
Gonna make it an easy
everyone's
call.
having a good time. Everyone's ordering food, tipping the girls. And this kid
Picks up a
comes,
flush draw
puts his headphones in,
and a
go
gutter
back
ball
to the
straight
lines
draw
and
with a
play
6.
1-2 with the 100 big blinds.
Goes check, check.
You know, hit it up.
Dude, you know anything about 52 social?
Oh, and catches the queen on the river.
Yeah.
He's a fucking scumbag.
I know. He's selling it right now.
I don't know who's gonna buy it.
Oh, it's already being.
That dude is.
That's a great check back from Chaz because there's no way Dominator would ever fold,
It is being
turning that equity card into 5 of diamonds.
Why does nobody play there? Because when I was in Austin, we went over to eat, and there was like
I go and eat there.
one table running, and I was
Where?
like, what the fuck?
The only reason I go there is to eat.
Oh yeah.
The only
It's so
reason I go there is
nice.
to eat.
Yeah.
But this is the reason. When they first started, they couldn't. You know, it's hard to draw business when the card rooms across the street, right? So they're like, well, you know what? What we'll do is we'll partner up with some guys that run like home games.
He does
We'll
make
let
the
them run a
call.
private game here. So they start running these private games. But then when you show up as a regular person, you can't get a seat.
Chaz and Dominator's played a lot of hands tonight.
If they don't know who you are,
And Dominator's been
so you're like,
taking down most, if not
so you
all.
immediately like don't like that. Then the guy that owns it is an asshole. Like he gets in the game and then like.
All right, everyone. $1 million tournament starts tomorrow. It's gonna be a $1,400 buy-in, 40-minute levels, 50,000 chips. Starts at 5 p.m. Event number 8, flight 1A here at Rounders Card Club.
They would be able to survive.
I just opened light as fuck and got 3 bets at 75 on fire. Let's go.
Well, the straddle game's back on. We got 4 straddles, 10, 20, 40, 80.
need to get 4 to 5 games a day to make my money. I'm not trying to put the 80 out there like.
Edward makes it 150 with a 9-7 of clubs. Chaz has an easy call with 6s. 6s has been folded a lot tonight. Chaz is going to play them.
I'll run the games that they don't want to run. Like whatever it is. You have to do something Breaking Bad. Yeah, but you corner the market in a big game. Albuquerque plus everyone.
Yep, we're going to be heads up. Edward and Big Daddy Chaz. 9-7 versus 6s. And Edward with no pair, even though he has a suited hand, is the favorite. Let's get a 50-50 chop.
Kid comes in wants to play. I know who he is. I'm like, no, no team.
Literally.
Because it's my team, right?
Breaking Bad's called an Albuquerque.
Private game.
Edward connects with a 7.
A total tourist is very cool. Because there's a house that
Oh,
was
Chaz is gonna make the call. 125.
Yeah, I opened this place and like didn't let anyone.
I'm a big fan of the show though.
Sorry, it's gonna start getting one of the best shows ever.
Yeah.
He didn't catch a 6 on the turn. Edward's gonna bet,
Unfortunately, because the very.
and Chaz will probably fold. The flush does get there.
I love this, man.
And I said,
Better Call Saul was a really good show.
Check, check. Wow.
Better Call Saul was a really good show.
Oh, yeah.
Very good.
They're all similar.
yeah, they are.
Better Call Saul is pretty good. I have good action.
Good acting. Good acting.
I feel like him in a Carter in Vegas.
Breaking Bad was better.
4-card flush possibility.
Better.
First to bet, first to win on this one.
My wife's like,
And I grew up in Ohio.
627 out there in the pot.
That was the area.
Oh, goes check, check. What do you think, Ethan? Talk to me.
Yeah, so I saw that whole hand happen. I'm not sure why Chaz floats if he's not trying to bet the spade. I'm not sure if he was trying to take his 6s to showdown. Seems like it might be a combination of like fatigue and tilt, which can happen. But I think might have been a little bit of a misstep there. You know, sometimes it can happen when you're playing a long time. I was also very surprised to see Ceddy fold the ace-10 to the single raise. Pre-flop.
They're raising the call. You know, I think it's the raising the call that got him to just say, let me get out of harm's way.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, and ace-10 is definitely a good fold out of position there. I'm still surprised. Even though it's a good fold.
wait, how big is
I'm surprised to see that he has such a tight range.
I'm going to let you know that when you're playing on a stream and I see you fold ace-10, I'm going to say, I'm surprised he folded ace-10.
No, I would definitely fold the ace-10. I just thought that Poker Traveler was a little wider than that.
Well, look at that. He's folding.
Dude, low key, like.
Yeah, it's a different game. I mean, he's not playing 1-2. If he's playing 1-2, that Jack-10 suited is being played 100% from Jammer.
Yeah.
But look at Matt mixing it. I haven't seen him raise with a non-paired hand tonight.
Yeah, this is actually a really good spot to raise. 6-5 suited is a great hand to raise as well.
But you know what's even, you know how you even know.
And he just picks up almost 150, just like that. That's how easy poker is, guys. All you gotta do, you raise up the blinds and you make all the money that's in the middle. You don't have to do anything else.
It's the sizing, right? It's the sizing of 350 when everybody has hardly, 20, 30 bucks out there.
The straddle's really important. I mean, when there's that much dead money, he can raise so many hands. And it's also why Jammer probably should also raise a hand like Jack-10 suited there.
Love that.
No, but I got in one of these streams back then, one of the bigger 5-10 streams, and I triple barrel bluffed with 8-3 offsuit.
Did you play with
Like, I don't mean this in a weird
Johnny
way, but I
Vi's
thought
stream?
Chaz-
No, it was Matt Berkey was supposed to play with us, but he didn't end up playing with us.
Look at this.
Yeah, this is a very strong. It really depends where Edward wants to take this. Ooh, and Traveler getting in there. So this is going to incentivize more flats from Ed rather than a re-raise when you get called in the middle. If Lettuce Maker calls, then it's going to induce more raises. But I don't think he ends up calling with ace-10 off.
Ace-10's our folding hand tonight.
Looks like
When
he's
you got
considering.
3 players,
Yeah, so I think he's going to call more often now. That said he called in between. I think he would have raised if Lettuce Maker called. Now, I'm not exactly sure. It really depends where he's studying, who he's studying under, because everyone has different ways of approaching a spot right here.
a 7-high board would be so. Okay, 8-high board.
Yeah, and you're feeling pretty strong with the jacks here. You're not super happy about it, but it's definitely a good spot to just check call, check call, check call.
So a third pot bet here.
And now he's definitely going to want to check raise when you see the calls between. Very curious to see how
Do
he
you want to
plays.
call and fade a flush card first, or do you want to just come out raising?
No,
right
you
off?
want to just raise. But the thing is that you can take it both ways.
There you go. He read your book.
Yeah, and here it's really good. I mean, there's going to be a lot. Ace King suited, for example, is probably one of the hands that you're trying to deny the most equity out of. But the problem is that when you get called in the middle, Poker Traveler doesn't have as many hands that are drawing as much as he has hands that are sets already. When he just flats in the middle, Kelvin's going to be raising hands that have the Ace King of Spades. He's going to continue to bet with hands that have the Ace of Spades, which is going to actually stop Ceddy from having spades. So Ceddy's going to be up more on the set side of things rather than the flush draws because of that. But it really depends. It's always based on exactly who's raising and what position. So when Ceddy just flats on the button, his range is going to be a lot more suited to that sort of board.
Well, you know, they say there's no right way to play jacks. That was the perfect way to play jacks. You
Yep.
kept yourself out of harm's way by 4-betting and getting in trouble versus ace king because, you know, we didn't see the river of the turn. So ace king could have gotten there for your stack. So that was like the perfect way to play jacks, if there is a perfect way to play jacks.
Yeah.
Dominator coming in for a raise.
And Alex open folding King Jack, which I also like, but a lot of people are going to be looking at these. Okay, ace four suited jammer with the queens makes a quick raise.
This game's quickly getting out of the muck.
Yeah, and I think we're going to see, sometimes we're going to see re-raises by Dominator here because he knows that jammer is tight. So we're at least seeing a call. Yeah.
We just getting the money. I lose 2 flips in a row. I got 10 bigs.
And we all know kings and queens are ace magnets.
Nothing I can do.
Yeah, it is the big Texas 300K guarantee.
You're right.
Dominator does
Or
not look happy. Oh, now he does.
How about the queen of hearts? Okay, ace.
We've all been there.
He's going to let him. He checks and let. Maybe he checked
He got second.
Dude, I
pre-flop
looked at that
in
final
the dark.
table, and I was super
He went
upset.
down to like.
Yeah, he also, you know, he still can't really feel.
He could be out kicked.
Yeah.
I didn't know that, but
You don't feel super strong about.
He wants a heart. He don't care if it's a queen of hearts.
That's also a really good hand. I mean, a really good turn. You just get so much equity. And this sucks when you're jammer. You don't really know what you're supposed to do. You're like, I want to bet. I want to check. You never really want to.
Now the queen is a safe card. Okay. Now jammer could be in trouble.
Yeah, I think it's just gonna go bet fold or check.
What if he bets 500? Are you jammer? You gonna call with queens?
Oh, he has to call this.
Wow,
amount.
150.
It's a really good amount to throw out there. Yeah,
Quick call.
very good recognition of where he was.
Nice little 1.2K with a check on the turn and a small bet on the river.
Yeah, that was a great bet. I think he's gonna want to do that with a lot of bluffs. But also, I mean, I don't know if he's ever bluffing with 150 there, to be honest. Against
No,
jammer.
he can only get raised by a better hand, right?
Yeah, I'm just not sure if he calls a shove.
Here's our VPIP. Look at, well, Edward just sat down. He's at 42%.
Oh, you have
Yeah, and Dominator, Kelvin, Chaz, it's all of the guys that I thought would be having a high VPIP.
And Ceddy's right there in the middle where he should be.
Yeah.
You know, 35-ish.
Yeah, my VPIP has been high lately. It's been in the 70s.
Oh, yeah.
That's why I was like, okay, I can't. I got to take a break from playing.
When I play the tournaments, if they could be over 100%, it would be over 100%.
Yeah.
I just play.
No, I've definitely been not playing well, so I've been taking a little break from actually playing.
Yeah, sometimes you just get caught up where you're not playing the way you know you should play.
Yeah.
You know all the ins and out of it. Now you just got to force yourself to do it.
Yeah, it can be really hard though. For how many cards I've seen over the years, just like there was a point where I didn't have a break. Once in a year, I just played pretty much every day.
Yeah, but not having played with you, I can tell. Like, there's spots where you're going. Now I just have to outplay this person with this. I got beaten with my chips because I have shitty cards.
Yeah.
I should have never called, but now I'm involved. I can't fold.
Yeah.
And that's what gets you in the long run.
And deuces are actually drawing dead pre-flop.
Dominator's making some hands late.
Better late than never. He's already recovered one buy-in, so good on him. He's gonna
Yeah,
get a
that's
little
hard to
more
do
here.
sometimes.
Yeah, definitely. I think he's in for 3.
Is it bluff when you have ace high though? That thing has good hand.
It's hard to turn it around when you play a certain style, and you know, of course, he had queens versus ace king. There's nothing you can do. But I just played for $3,000
Yeah.
or 25 or $5,000, whatever it was. If he wins that hand, he's happy.
And looks like, yeah, Dominator's actually up now. I don't. Is that right?
Yeah, it says 6.1, so he's up only $134.
Wow. Okay. I thought he got stacked 3 times, but I guess I was
No,
wrong.
no.
Okay.
Mm-mm. He won that big hand too against Chaz that we didn't
That's
see
right.
the end of it.
Yeah.
That was $3,000
Yeah. Chaz down 4.6.
because he bet 900 on the river, and he had to make that call. I mean, honestly, being back here and watching the streams, and watching everybody's streams, it will improve your game.
Oh yeah.
You're just in different scenarios.
It's free. It's free education a lot of the times. You have someone explaining, and for me, when I was watching like streams and stuff, that's how I got a lot of my information, was just watching a lot of the top players play, and then eventually becoming friends with them. I was able to actually talk to them and be like, "Hey, you know, this spot. What did you think about this play that you made?" And you know, you can actually just do that through chat. You can actually even ask a lot of the players. They'll tell you what you're doing wrong, what you're doing right. And it's on you to listen, but if you can listen correctly, then you're going to learn a lot. And I like this. It looks like he's going raising chips. I like that a lot. We haven't seen this from him, but with the backdoor and the gut shot, it's a great flop, holding the queen of hearts. And it's the right person to do this against.
Calvin might look you up for that, you know, because he
Yeah.
already put money into the pot.
Yeah, and a lot of the times, a lot of these guys might take the line differently, but you can see how different lines kind of transition to other people making different lines as well, you know? Every line is so different, every line. It's kind of why GTO tells you 60%, 30%, 10% is like every hand is adaptable. Every hand is different, and there's no way to play a hand completely right. Now, there's hands that you can play completely wrong, but a lot of times you can take an option that's generally going to be a little more right than other options, but still going to be right.
You just want to be right in this game.
Yeah. Being wrong can be very costly.
Well, guys, we appreciate you watching and supporting us. Make sure you hit that like and subscribe. It does help us out here.
We've seen a lot of domination spots where someone has ace-9, for example, and another person has 9s. It's pretty funny how many times it's happened tonight.
And Chaz spikes a
Ooh.
4 versus the flush draw. He makes the
nut flush. Nut flush versus bottom set. This is going to be a big one, y'all. And middle pair, nothing to write home about, but I think this one is very possible to just get in for Chaz.
Chaz, I think, just calls here, hoping to fade. I don't think he's going to raise.
No, I think he almost has to raise.
Right here in this spot?
Yeah, there's too many hands that contain a single club and out of position. Does end up calling.
I get one right every now and then. I think he's wanting the board to pair or to fade a club. If he fades a club, he's not going to put him on a nut flush right now. But if there's no more clubs, he's going to think he's good.
For sure. You just don't want there's a lot of bad turn cards when you're out of position against two other people to act. If it was just heads up, I would agree 100%. But he can also check down, check call against hands that maybe something like ace 9 with the ace of clubs to let it keep betting.
Is Matt gonna bet like a 480 here?
18, summer 18.
Let's see.
Yes, exactly right.
Right on the money.
700. That's what I said.
I don't know how you got it. So yeah,
Oh,
he
and a
does go
call.
all in.
Oh gosh, he shows him the stone cold nuts.
Yeah, and I figured this would get in earlier, but
Oh, the board
Ooh.
paired. Chaz makes the full house and a double up.
And they ran it once. Yeah, that's what it
Yes.
looks like.
21.
I've known Chaz to go twice. I'm surprised he didn't.
I just figured with the red card coming, no club, Chad felt like he was on a flush draw, not a made nuts.
Yeah. Chad's
Chaz
getting a
gets
little
the
run
full
good.
double. Look at that stack of beautiful black chips.
Put it in good. That's how you win, Chad. Put it in good.
Yeah, and he's been running pretty bad tonight. You feel a little for Matt though. He's played perfectly almost every hand. He's played really well. Knows his bet sizings. Has not, And this is the thing about poker is he's made almost every right move, and still he's down for the night. And that's the brutal thing.
Yeah, when the card pairs the board, that's the only thing that you didn't want to see. When you have the nut flush and he has a set, what's he calling me with a worse flush? Maybe the king eye flush, but other than that, once the board paired, you're definitely not liking your hand.
Yeah, and definitely when you see, who's down and who's up, you would never expect Matt at this point to be down. Just the way he's been playing. And let's see if that tilt doesn't get to him. Okay. I think a lot of people might have instantly saw the ace there and raised after a hand like that. Very good for him to fold.
Yeah, he's just going to take one back and just relax.
Poker is a beautiful game. It's also very, very dangerous in that, you can play your cards right and sometimes you're going to lose. But he seems to recognize that. Very good on him. Ooh, and it looks like we might have seen a raise here by Alex with the king deuce suited. Maybe getting a little bored.
Yeah, he played super strong.
Gets folds. Good raise there. Yeah, and I'm very surprised that he did it, but I'm glad he did, showing that he can.
Do you show that hand after you do that to get action later, or you just want to be happy you took it down?
Nah, you're just happy. Definitely just, you want to keep that image. You want to maintain.
Super tight or solid, super solid.
Yeah, and some people are better at, some people are better at other things than other people are at certain things. You might be overall a better poker player, but, let's just say someone has better bankroll management, someone has better game selection, someone has better spot selection. Those can end up being better than actually knowing the game the most.
Some of us have worse bankroll management. Some of us have worse game selection. Some of us have worse,
And every aspect is worse. So if his aspect is better as a type player, then he wants to maintain that image. But if he feels that he's better as looking like an aggressive player, he's going to want to show that king deuce.
You still got the bet, right? Yeah. I'm doing good, dude.
I'm going to put a theory into play after this hand plays out and tell me what you think about it.
All right. I'm all for theories.
Okay, Jammer raised to 75 with sevens. And Lettuce Maker calls with fours. But I'm going to tell you the difference in the bet. And you tell me if that has a factor.
Okay.
Well, we can do it right now, right?
Yeah.
Jammer, I believe that when someone wants to raise but doesn't feel very strong about it, he flops a set. Doesn't feel that strong about his hand, he puts out the lower denomination chips.
Yeah.
Where Lettuce put out 3 green chips. Now, he might not have had enough red chips to call, but still, he just threw out 3 green chips thinking his hand was strong.
Yeah,
So is that a dynamic that you look at when you're playing?
100%. Chips are huge.
Where they put out an orange plaque or 2 stacks of green?
There's a lot of this is. Oh, Kelvin's actually in here.
What did we miss? I'm sorry, guys.
There was like 3.
Oh, okay. Everybody folded.
It was.
Yeah, it looks like Kelvin bet 150 and Jammer re-raised 500.
And the rule was.
Got it down.
They had
Yeah, so it's actually pretty big. So it's something that almost every pro knows that they need to chip up because
that
our brains as humans are wired to believe that lower amounts of tangible things mean lower amounts of actual, like, kind of like the what is heavier, 1 pound of feathers or 1 pound of gold or 1 pound of metal, you know?
Right. 1 pound's 1 pound.
1 pound's 1 pound. But the thing is, many people will
Say metal.
say metal. And so it's kind of the same concept in the chip dynamic is $75 as 3 green chips looks a lot less intimidating than as 15 red chips.
Well, what I was trying to get at is like someone told me that we were playing and they go, "You have a tail." I go, "Really?" And what kind of tail? He goes, "Well, every time you bet your black chips, you have the nuts.
Yeah,
But when you're calling with the red chips or the green chips, you're on a draw, hoping to make a hand."
yeah,
I go, "Wow, I didn't see it that way." And if you didn't tell me, I would have never known it.
yeah,
But now I see it all the time when I'm watching people play. Someone bets 300 in black chips, they'll put out 3 stacks of green versus their black chips or something
Yeah.
else, you know? And I go, "Oh, wow, I just started noticing that more often."
yeah. I will say that a lot of it does come down to when we see a re-raise by the King 5 suited. I wonder if Kelvin will actually defend with a hand like 6-4 suited. I think he will, given what we've seen, and I think it would be a decent defend, but we'll see because he's out of position. Oh, and does Matt?
He did make
Matt
the
fold.
call.
Matt folded.
But he knows if he hits his hand, if it comes out,
Wow.
he flops the nuts.
I mean, when you just flop the redraw to the straight flush, what a flop. You're shaking in your boots when you see his flop. And the thing is, the dominator hits a 5, so he's going to go showdown.
so we need a king or a
Yeah.
5, and it could be unfortunate, but
That's an interesting turn. I think I probably still check on this turn, but I definitely understand a bet. You want to charge some hands. This is probably the worst turn in the deck for Kelvin.
yeah, that's because he can put him on any 6, right?
Yeah, even a club would be better because at least your opponent will bluff a lot with clubs.
I had never been there before, but I went for the WSOU one.
Yeah, I saw you. I saw you.
Yeah.
Right next to the day too.
Yeah, king or 5 comes on the turn.
Yeah, there were some cases
Unfortunately,
where
dominator would be
we
in that
chatted a
hand,
lot.
but
He told me like that when he first came to the US.
Well,
the perfect straight card comes off to ace-6 as clubs, any 6.
yeah,
Yeah, we're
Wrestler, college wrestler.
But he
but
calls and flops the nuts.
yeah, that's pretty insane.
With the
With the
redraw to a straight
redraw.
flush.
I mean, 6-4 suited is one of my favorite hands.
Look at the straddles.
Yeah, no,
2, 5, 10, 20.
it was the hand you guys were playing. Like, I was
Is Chaz at the table?
It doesn't look like it. But going back to the chip thing, a lot of the tells that people try to look for in people in terms of live tells tend to be a little too much. I think that
yeah.
before you start looking for live tells, for anyone who's like looking for information or help, before you start looking for live tells, you really want to just focus on bet tells. Just know, sizings. Is this person going, 120 with the nuts versus 150 with bluffs? Is he going 200 with bluffs and 120 with nuts? And knowing these bet sizings are a lot more important as tells, and these betting tells, they could be a lot more influential on your play rather than looking for physical tells, because physical tells can actually be sometimes detrimental. You might think that your opponent is shaking because he's nervous to bluff, but in reality he's shaking because he's nervous to get value, or like how he's going to get value.
Right.
So a lot of things can actually be detrimental or even just not important. Whereas bet tells, you learn bet tells, and then the rest comes in time.
And I know like the guy that like Dan, he like runs like the media recording company. Yeah. And he lives there, so like my buddy Kyle like
Jammer not enjoying the spot. I don't know if he's gonna float here. 150 is a lot for this game for him. Does decide to float, and he's gonna be right a lot of the time here.
But see, like he bet 75 with a pair, but this time he calls
Yeah.
the 150 with the bigger chips without anything, with total air. Now a 5, we don't know what Big Daddy has.
Yeah, it's hard to say. I don't think I could put Big Daddy on pretty much anything. He's gonna just have everything. This is kind of what I was talking about earlier. Why he should bet with the Queen 7, one of the first hands, is this board. As we can see, we don't know his hand. He can have actually anything. Does check back, so I'm putting him on a range of about 7, 8, 8, 9 type hands. And there we go. He's going to check back this river a lot of the time. And if he checks back, I can assure you he has 8, 8, 9 type hands. Now, if he bets, I think he's almost going to always have like an 8, 7 type hand. And Jammer going with a block bet. I really do not like this. But I think a lot of the times you're just going to get looked up here. I think a lot of the times you're allowing yourself to get re-raised on.
I was like, fuck, thank God I hit that. I was gonna keep firing too.
Chaz did bet the board on the flop, so he has a pair minimum. He might not have a straight, but has a pair. What? No pair? Ace queen? All right, let's see the overhead view.
He did win. He did have a pair. He wasn't able to.
Was ace queen good there?
It looked like he might have had something along the line of Jack 4, Jack 6.
Man, we missed that overhead view, guys. Sorry about that.
It's not as crazy as like.
Yeah, I think he just didn't swipe it when he got them.
I'm thinking he called with ace queen.
I wouldn't be surprised if the ace queen call. I really don't like the lead with the ace jack. I think when you're floating, it doesn't really make sense. It doesn't really. It's kind of what I was talking about earlier. You know, does your story make sense? And a lot of the times we look at the idea of storytelling in poker as one hand, but storytelling in poker is a vast number of hands that all accumulates to one hand. And if you can tell a story that accumulates long term to a single hand, then you're going to get paid off when you have it and not paid off or, you know, wrecked in that case when you don't have it.
We made it like 17K. Check raise. The 90 sauce. The guy called on one pair.
The guy called the check?
Yeah.
King Algard is.
I have a picture of it.
Currently the final table.
You called on one pair? No.
Oh, thanks, King Algar. It's nice to see you on the stream every time. Really cool to get people that are helping out, giving good feedback.
Yeah, absolutely.
Really helps me because, you know, I never know if what I'm saying is educational or not, or if it's helping anybody. So when I get people that are being really nice about that, it's great.
Yeah, because he doesn't get that very often.
No, not at all.
He gets good feedback all the time. He does a great job. We love having him here.
Thank you. Ooh, and this is a super interesting turn. So for Dominator,
Goodness gracious.
yeah, Dominator, his range is going to look so wide that if he knows that his range looks as wide as it looks, then he's going to know as an inverse look that he can bet here with the queen jack. Okay, so he does go check, which I'm okay with because we've seen Alex's check down really strong hands. But if he knows his range and how crazy it looks, then he can actually take advantage and do things like block bet there, which he has done before, like with the ace-4 against fix bet. He knows that he looks crazy enough that he's going to get paid off in that spot, even though he only has middle pair.
And the stream is also a great learning tool for these guys to go back and look at where they missed a spot. Like you were telling, I forget who they should have bet and I'll go back and watch it and listen to what you said. But someone missed a bet there that they could have taken it down earlier versus getting to the river, and then they have no showdown value by not betting on the turn.
Yeah, and it can happen a lot. I mean, the thing is, none of us are robots. You know, none of us are playing perfect GTO. Even Linus Love, the best player in the world in terms of GTO, most likely, he is very, very, literally every play that he makes almost is always perfect GTO. He still makes mistakes, even though they call him, you know, Linus the robot, essentially. And this is someone who is, you know, playing super high rollers,
Right.
knows everything there can be about GTO, yet he's still making mistakes. So you can never be perfect, and sometimes you got to adapt, and sometimes you got to be exploited. I mean, you have to exploit rather than play GTO. And sometimes you just don't even care about GTO. Sometimes you're just playing this beautiful
This
game.
pot is gonna get blowed up.
Yeah, this one is weird. This is a weird dynamic because we haven't seen a 4-bet by Kelvin, and we haven't seen 4-bets really this big. I'm surprised to see a just call. I think I would prefer a raise or fold. But let's see. Maybe he wants to look at a flop, see what he gets. If it's like King 7 deuce, he's going to just fold.
Oh my
Wow.
gosh, this is an action flop here. Aces up with eights versus the nut flush draw.
Yeah, and I was wondering what sizing Kelvin would go for. You're not really too afraid of anything on this board. Nothing that calls your 4-bet pre-flop is going to contain an 8. So this is good sizing. I think this is good recognition of where he is. Now when he gets called, he's always against a flush draw. Or 9s plus.
Gotcha.
But almost never 9s plus. It's almost always only queens. Now if he shoves here, my question is, because he's always going to shove here. Yeah. My question is whether or not Alex calls.
Alex wants to count, man. It's for all his winnings.
And that can actually, what you just said, all his winnings, that can be a huge factor into making this call.
Yeah, I think he folds.
You don't want to go home at night, you know, dang, I was up like 1.8K and now I'm down 1.3K.
Well, let's say he's ripping it with kings and you only have an ace or a club to win. You're like, all right, I missed. Let me just get out of this hand and go back to work. But if you're calling with just 9 outs.
Yeah, and this is actually a product of Kelvin's play. Kelvin, while he might be missing out on 1.6K, it doesning even matter that much because he's denying the 20% equity from his opponent a very large percentage of the time. And we get a call.
He's thinking he has 2 overcards, maybe.
Looks like they're going once.
Yeah.
Pure pain. Let's see what, guys. Ooh, and it is the wrong black. That is huge. That's a lot of money. That's a lot of money.
Well, we said 9 outs based on not knowing the outs, the cards, but he only had like 6 clubs to win with.
Yeah.
Wow, nice hand. That was just a flop that was going to be played out the same way every time.
And very. Yeah.
But the thing is, like, he bets 500. How do you not jam there with 2 overcards and the nut flush draw versus calling it off with 1 card to go?
Yeah, a lot of that actually comes from the way that he played it. I think when Kelvin goes 500 on the flop, he actually is going to want to just shove the flop a lot of the times. You don't want to call the 500 and then fold the turn just with the stacked pot ratio. But I think that Kelvin played that hand really well overall. I really liked everything I think he's getting the max out of hands like jacks and 9s and 10s and queens and kings. And I thought he played that really well. Even though it can be really easy. I mean, obviously playing aces, you're kind of just almost always doubling up. But he played it really well.
Yeah, unless he bricks a club. I mean, unless he gets a club. But
yeah.
I'm just surprised that if he's going to play that hand, I know he has a lot of chips. They're pretty deep. That, I mean, if the club turns, Calvin's never calling any more money.
Yeah, exactly.
So you have to get it in on the flop when he bets 500 or fold on the turn.
The shit that guy sees is probably fucking crazy.
Yeah, that's also kind of look at something called inverse implied odds,
Right.
which is just where you have implied odds to when you hit, it's good, but you also have implied odds in a way that if you hit, it's really bad for you. And a little bit of run good again for Matt. You know, he's getting this flop, which is actually going to hit Alex's range a little more. He might be tilted after the last one.
He's going to lead out. No, there's a bet and a fold. Okay, sorry. I didn't
Bet.
see the 225.
Yeah, and a snap fold, actually.
Yeah, he has no equity, no draws.
Yeah, I was just curious to see if he would try to take his tilt and put it in that spot, because a lot of the times I think we can tend to do that.
Right now, I know from playing this way, but your insides are racing
Yeah.
to get that $2,000, that $3,000 back that you just got rid of. That you're like, oh, I was playing so good, and I got caught up. That this could be a huge win if I bink the club on the river, and now I'm back to my starting stack, and I got to grind it back out for the last hour. See if I can get there.
And grinding out when you're down is one of the worst feelings in this world. None of us ever want to be grinding when you're down. Often what I try to tell people is it's better that you just leave and come back tomorrow with a new fresh mind rather than keep playing when you're down, because there's going to be a game tomorrow, y'all. There's gonna be a game 24/7 at Rounders.
Yes, we are open 24 hours, 7 days a week. Been that way for a while.
You can come on Christmas Day. It doesn't even have to be any other day. You know, you have every day you can come. Always play.
Okay, for our $20,000 mystery bounty free roll, event number 7, 258 players, 853 rebuys, 473 add-ons,
That's
and
insane.
first place is taking home $3,000, and our high mystery bounty is $4,000.
That's crazy, guys. You could have entered that for $20. Could have been a 3K winner.
There's 129 players still playing right now.
I'm not surprised.
My goodness. Jammer might get counterfeited here. He has pocket. Oh, that's Jack got there. I didn't see it.
This is a good turn for Jammer to bet on. I don't think he will get called very often by Kelvin. And actually a snap fold. Very surprised.
Well, Calvin's very happy with his last hand, the aces, and he just wants to sit back and relax a little bit.
Yeah.
You want to get caught up with another hand that you just won this huge pot.
Yeah, but definitely when he's calling Jack 7 pre-flop, should probably continue there. But I definitely, you know, Jammer's hands are going to be like Ace King there and stuff like that. Hands that really connect with that queen. So I'm surprised he snap folded, but definitely would have liked the pre-flop fold.
Well, you noticed when you brought up, 30 minutes ago, how Poker Trevor's super solid right now.
Yeah.
The stream's getting late. He's booked the win. He played his aggressive hands early. He is straddling still, but he's just not getting out of line.
Yeah.
It's a lot of money just to give back when you don't want to, don't need to.
Yeah.
To be successful, you need to take everything you can home.
I do a little bit too, but I'll never
I mean, one more double up and Ceddy can buy a new car.
Yeah.
warm and like nurturing to me and just there. I'll never forget. I'll never forget.
Yeah, right now he's just looking for Ceddies.
But he carried my burdens, you know, like good dude, really good dude.
Thank you, Ceddy.
I like the pictures we got of these guys. They're pretty funny pictures.
He was here live.
Ceddy's picture looks funny for sure. Oh, and Ceddy flops top 2.
Never a doubt with the open and straight draw from the Dominator.
This is actually a hand that can get really big.
He's raising.
Does go for a raise. Now, this really depends on what Dominator is doing. Does Dominator want to get that money back? I'm looking at this hand, I'm thinking, I want to put my opponent in a tough spot, and I want to raise. But he decides to call. I like both. I like to put 9s in tough spots, but he's rightly recognizing that Ceddy has been a little more on the tight side, so he could be raising sets here. I think he almost always is going to be raising 2 pair. And I don't know if he's going to be raising ace-9. He might just call with ace-9. So maybe that's what Dominator is thinking.
275 coming up.
I think that's a good sizing.
Oh, 310.
310, pretty close. And I think we're going to at least see a call. I
Yeah,
don't-
because of a 7 peels off or a queen.
We played the PLO tournament. I thought
He asked him how much. So this is normally a tell that people are going to raise, but does go with the call. I like just a call. I like a call, and then I like a check fold. I also like a check raise.
Was he thinking he has opening straight draw and 2 overcards? So
no matter what you say that.
that is a scare card. But if he had 2 overcards, if he could his jack or 10, he might pay off 500 or something.
Yeah.
No one is more entertaining to play with than Andrew. No one's more entertaining to play with than Andrew.
Yeah, even when he wins the game, it's bad.
No, it's interesting to see what Ceddy decides to do here.
I just love
You can
He
check,
can check
and lock
back
it
and
up.
just take back to 1K because it's hard to call with a blank, right?
Yeah, I would never. I don't think I would ever really check back, but I would also understand checking back. I think when you want to establish profit, it's fine. But the thing is, you also got to just think like long term. I should be making this play. Now, this is where Dominator can really shows. I really like this bet by Ceddy. I think it's going to induce a lot of raises. But Dominator hasn't shown to do it, and he doesn't. So what we've seen is that Dominator does like to bluff, but a lot of, and this is kind of what I was talking about earlier, where people are over bluffing or under bluffing some spots. Dominator is over bluffing pre-flop and under bluffing rivers and turns. And this is something that a lot of people have kind of a problem with, is like, there's certain streets that people are good at. Some people are really good at playing the flop. Some people are really good at playing the turns. Some people are good at river. Some people are good at all of it. Having that well-rounded understanding of when I should be check raising is definitely important.
The bet sizing there with Ceddy leading out to 450, 500, whatever it was.
What's up, you check?
How big of a? It's an all-in, right?
You can
to
go
make
like
him fold.
Yeah, you can go like 2.1K, which is what you're going to want to do with your sets and stuff. But the problem is, let's say the 7 or the queen did come out. What are you doing? What are you doing as the jack 10? Are you getting more value? And that spot is where you kind of establish where you're going to get that value from. If you're not doing that play, where you're check raising that spot, even with hands that like jack 10 that miss, then you're not in the future. Someone can be like, okay, well, he's only check raising the river with his made hands, and he's never check raising the river with his bluffs. And just from watching this, I can tell he's not check raising the river, but he is bluffing a lot pre-flop.
Well, he's also not check raising the river. 1, he didn't make a pair.
Yeah.
2, he's finally got back his first buy-in and sitting with a little bit of profit.
Yeah.
So he doesn't want to just try and throw all that hard work away late in the stream
Still mad at me.
against a player like Ceddy, who's probably not going to fold to too many bets
Yeah.
with that board. Not saying that a queen or 7 don't come, but with just that board right there.
Yeah, no, specifically blocking the jack it is a little worse for bluffs, but
He doesn't play poker anymore?
it is tricky. I mean, it's hard because I don't think he's going to get value out of position with jack 10. You're kind of just hitting to make the amount that you're going to make on the turn.
Matt's going to play this one.
No? We used to play at a home game.
They both need each other's cards to make a hand, really. All diamonds. My goodness, we're in trouble.
And Matt does have the jack of diamonds, so he has a gut shot. Dominator leading out here. This is interesting.
Wow, Matt's gonna. I could catch a 9. That's not a good card.
No, it's not a good card for either of them. It's a bad card for Dominator because he's going to lose a lot of
Yeah,
value.
he just went check, check.
And Dominator is going to get value here for sure. I think somewhere around 125.
They were really close.
Oh, it looks like he bet 150.
Beat up games together. Ripping each
And
other
I
off.
think
dude.
Matt's
that
gonna
Matt's going to
call.
call.
No,
Oh, he does go
wow.
for fold. Good
I
fold.
love that for you.
I actually think
I'm gonna
it's
tell you a
long term
story.
a bad fold, but
Oh,
I think
You're
it,
gonna
in
like
the
this
moment's
one.
good. A lot of the hands
You're
that
gonna-
I mean, they're blocking the 10, so it's a little
This one's
worse of a
this
fold
one's
because
Wait, we
they're
can
really only
decide.
afraid of 10-9 and then a flop flush. I'm not sure if Dominator is going to play flop flushes that way, but
You'll see the pocket ace one.
Matt has called some flop bets and rivered the best, pair and ended up folding
Yeah.
to the bet. So
I'm very surprised by the fold from on the river from him, from what I've seen.
you can hear like laughter when we're like very
But ends up being the right fold, so
She said she's gonna watch it, but nah, babe, don't watch it. I ran man. I got crushed. Don't watch it. Don't watch it.
yeah, he'll look back and go, yeah,
I
that was
know
good.
extreme
I folded
lag
it.
and
Good play.
it was like frozen.
Until she watched it.
But like, the most fixed it. No audio.
Yeah.
Jammer's
You don't
giving
wanna
back a
watch it.
lot.
There's a guy that super races. Like,
I don't know what hand he lost.
he's kind of just been bleeding a bit. He lost the queen's hand, and then after that, he kind of just bled a couple hands.
Yeah,
Kind of
the
raising 50 and then folding to re-raise, which you do that 10 times, that's $500. And here it comes again. Chaz has been on his
Thank God.
booty
she's
the whole
not
time.
They're all horse. Was that-
Oh, this is
that
going to be
wrong?
interesting. Now this is a spot where I like to see a shove from Jammer, but I think he's just going to call. The reason that a shove's good is there's a lot of dead money. You've been re-raised by Chaz a lot. I played with Chaz a decent amount, and I definitely shoved this spot against him a lot because I'll usually buy somewhat small from 500 to 1,000 in the 1-2-5 game, and I know that he just wants me out. This
That's
is
an action flop.
that is an action flop. That's a great flop
Backdoor chat. I like it.
for Jammer.
I like it.
Wow, and Chaz going with the check, rightly so. This is again kind
They're
of
all
going
trapping
back.
each other.
Yeah, definitely.
I was gonna say if that's an 8 of diamonds, there's
Super interesting.
Dominator's never gonna fold.
This is why I would have liked the shove by Jammer not reflop. Pre-flop is that
Oh, God damn it.
wow, and Chaz just snap lays down. The shove pre-flop would have got him probably 2 folds, but you kind of want that with the ace jack. You don't really want to see flops with ace jack. It's not a hand that really flops well, to be honest. It's actually one of the worst ends. I personally would rather have something like 10 jack 9 10 than I would want ace jack. And
Right.
that's just that most of the time, even in that spot, I mean, you're not really comfortable if you get called on that board when you have the ace jack. You have to hope that Chaz has ace 5 and that Chaz is just sticking on to ace 5. Chaz rightly seeing that he has to just snap fold.
Yeah, well, Jammer only bet because he turned a nut flush draw with ace jack.
Yeah,
So he had more equity in the hand. So he's like, okay, now I feel comfortable that if they call me, I know I can have the stone cold nuts by the river if I'm not ahead right now.
yeah.
Here, sweat, sweat, sweat.
No, the average
Actually, the biggest player we played was not
average stack 25K.
Ace
There's a-
jack.
Yeah, different ace jack with some straddles out there.
It's funny how that is. Ace jack is definitely one of the hands we've seen a lot today. Does go of 200 this time. I'd like to see bigger. There's a lot of straddles out there. I'd like something around 250 to 275, but I like the raise. 5-4 suited, I could see him continuing with. Especially because Chaz is out of position post-flop. He should be going, I mean not Chaz, Poker Traveler. Traveler should be going a little bigger.
Wow.
And this is a boredom play, y'all.
Is that 625? Yes, it is.
That is a play you make when you just feel like playing the game.
Oh, no. Wow, he got Calvin to fold 7s.
And he's going to get Ceddy to fold ace jack, I would say, pretty often here.
Yeah, we'll call Peter right now. I'm still in here. Don't
Wow, yeah.
Good play by Ed. Definitely a little bit on the boredom side, but, you know, works out, especially with the straddles. I think I would have liked bigger sizings by both players. Chaz goes, I mean, Traveler goes 275. I don't think Ed makes that play.
Good hand.
And Ed going, 750 rather than 625. I don't think Chaz can really continue with a lot of hands.
And I just heard Ceddy go, "Did you have it?" And Ed said, "I don't remember, Ceddy."
Oh, my hand was small like this. I can't play on third base. If my hand was weaker, I would have jammed. And if my hand was stronger, I would have.
Yeah, sometimes you look at 5-4 hearts, it looks like aces sometimes.
Oh, yeah. 5-4 of hearts is definitely one of the hands that, as you get better, it's really good to put in your range. It's really good as a 3-bet, 4-bet candidate.
Look at those pocket kings.
Pocket kings for Dominator. It's a really good spot for him to be in. And he goes 25. I wonder if that is a tell, considering he goes a little bigger normally.
There's no straddle? Oh, there's a $10 straddle. Okay.
Because when you watch the stream,
But,
Oh,
yeah, and he's only going to get action if Lettuce Maker flops really strong, so pretty much not going to get action. We've seen a lot of times where someone has aces or kings, and there's just been everyone else's card dead at the spot, which is also why kings, ace king, all those hands are really good, because you're blocking so many of the card combinations that they can't have.
right. When the ace comes off and Lettuce Maker checks, because he's never going to check an ace there. Dominator can bet with his kings, and it was just $25, but still he's able to bet and get Lettuce Maker just a fold his queen high because he has nothing. Now if he calls, he could put him on a weak ace or something, but
Yeah.
you can't just always check back when an overcard comes to your pair.
Yeah. No, it's definitely good to bet, especially when you're blocking ace king. Looks like we got a straddle and a blind call. I don't think that's a straddle.
No, I think Calvin straddled.
Well, it looks like Ceddy
Oh,
already.
okay, it's 20.
Oh, I mentioned 20.
Oh, yeah, there it is.
baller.
Big Daddy Chaz put out too much.
Okay.
And look, Dominic with King 9 of spades for 100. Alex got rid of the
Instantly
ace
opened it.
8. You see that?
Yeah. No, and I like the fold by the ace 8.
I think he plays that though if he kept that $3,000.
Yeah. It's hard to say. I don't know. I even if he had more money, I think he should fold there. This is more of a hand that you want to call with. Oh, and he raises. Sadly, he's dominated by Dominator. Never a good spot to be dominated by someone who is capable of re-raising here.
And who's called the Dominator?
Yeah, and out of position, I would have liked to see a bigger sizing again if he's
Really?
going to go for this play.
I thought 350, so maybe 450.
Yeah, like
Three and a half
425, 450, only because you're out of position.
And you don't want to see a flop.
With as many, that's a really good flop, but with as many straddles as there are, it becomes a way bigger opportunity to re-raise larger. Now, if there weren't as many straddles as there were, it becomes a little better to not
See,
go
I
so
think
big.
that's a small size.
Yeah, and this is okay on this board. Ed's not going to really hit this board. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if it were better for him to check on this board. Now, it's funny because if a 5 or a 10 roll up, so this is the type of turn that he's going to want to go pretty big on.
Yeah, it has to go 600, right? 650.
More like 850, 800.
Whoa.
Does go with the check. I was going to say he's going to check a lot on a 5 and a 10, but I'm not surprised that he's checking on this one. I'm wondering if he goes for a check raise, but I think this was a perfect card for him to continue with. When your opponent opened under the gun and then just calls on this flop, and now Dominator taking the lead. I do think Ed at the very least is going to call, but I could see a raise being in order. I'd like him to take a little more time.
Wow. What's he going to call? What's he going to bink on the river to be able to put a shove in?
This is the same problem I was talking about with the Jack-10 earlier, where if he hits...
Oh, my gosh. You just hit it.
Yeah.
Now that he's in trouble.
I think there is a chance that it goes somewhere around 850 for Dominator. Now that he's hit a 9, he's either going to check back and take a showdown value, or go like 850. He does check back.
He's worried about that 6, huh?
Yeah. I don't think he's worried about 6. I think he's worried
Overpair?
about overpair.
Yeah.
Oh, and now he's slow rolling.
I hate this board.
Maybe a card reader area don't have the 9?
Pretty sick. I don't like that. I usually really don't like when people do that. You can tell Ed's pretty mad about it.
I owe you one. I owe you one.
Dude, sick part is I had 6-4. Never had 6-4 against you.
I was gonna turn into a bluff.
Yeah, it's cool when it's with a friend, but yeah, that's not very cool.
I wish I wasn't there. I was like,
Yeah, I don't know what to
how did you
say.
get there, man?
I haven't seen that too much on the streams.
Part of me was like,
It's a topic that's talked about a lot, but you can see on many other streams they would
I see you
agree.
do it earlier.
It's just not. It's not very cool. If you're doing it for a friend and y'all are having fun, you know, Max Payne Monday type stuff. But it doesn't seem like they know each other, and Ed looked really mad about it. But you know, poker can be a game where angle shooting sometimes can be an advantage that some people take advantage of.
Well, it could set up for a hand later on where you get the guy to try and bluff into you or bluff you when you have the stone cold nuts base that you slow roll him.
Yeah.
And he wants to just beat you with a hand or make you fold a hand and show you a bluff. But anyhow,
Yeah, let me know in the chat what y'all think. If y'all think that
is that painful? Painful to
y'all
watch.
like slow rolls, y'all think they're too much.
Say no. Ghost of M, say no to angle shooters and edge seekers.
Everyone uses the blacks for their lockers, so they ran out of like the.
Yeah, I agree. I think coming from video games, a lot of the rules are set in place, and in video games there are rules that taunting and stuff like that, very much not cool. I'm fine with it personally, but in general it can be pretty hard.
I always thought that was risky that they kept those on regular times.
That?
I always thought it was risky that they kept.
This is an interesting flop.
The lodge.
I think it's gonna go check. I don't see much point in betting if I'm Ceddy.
I mean, there's nothing like unique about that.
Yeah.
My eyes were like, I targeted that on Instagram and it was
We're getting hot.
I think he's just going to check it down, like you said. If
I should have taken a
Kelvin
screenshot of
decides to
that.
bet,
Be like,
said he go fold.
Yeah.
14, right?
All those over cards.
Yeah, and this for Kelvin is really hard to bet. I mean, there's just gonna be so many aces and kings and jacks, and yeah, just gonna go check.
Calvin's definitely thinking, said he has one of those cards in his hand. Here, you can read it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, take
One
it.
of the best times I've
You know,
ever done.
Calvin's definitely thinking that said he has those cards in his hand, and said he's thinking, I'll beat every turn, every
How do you
river.
call that turn?
The fives hold up there.
What a dick! In a good way.
Yeah, if you do it to me, I won't be mad.
We got a $10 straddle and a $20 straddle.
You can't be pissed if we do it to you. Man, I thought my check raised the fuck out of that turn, too.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I've seen Ed get pretty mad. I've seen other people get really mad. I saw a really bad solo the other day. These two guys, they got it all in for like 2K free. Guy shows kings. They run it twice. First board, run out, clean. Second board, clean. The other guy who hasn't shown his hand yet nods his head, doesn't show his hand for like 50 seconds, then shows aces. And they had run it twice. So, it really depends on the situation. Yeah, I don't know their history together. If it's a stranger, it can be bad.
The lodge?
Yeah.
They always want people to have fun.
Nice call. I'm kidding. Fucking hell, you're opening 5 new suited.
That's great.
Security's not that good, but you know.
I didn't even see what the Dominic's total is right now, but I know he's
Oh, yeah.
climbed out of the hole very well.
Nice boy.
Too soon, yeah. I call it flop because I don't want you to be like, what the fuck is happening?
Last I heard they
$100 from each man on that. Queen high board.
I think this turn is actually really good
Yeah,
for
that's what I
Jammer. He is going to have a ton of hands that connect with this turn.
Which is sad, really, though.
And I really hate that he's snap checking back.
Yeah,
I keep talking about it, but it's just crazy.
No, I don't put the Saturday against the lodge. Way too tough.
This is a weird river, and Alex leading out. This I don't enjoy leading out here. You're almost only getting called by better. Yep, and it looks like he did get called by better.
Is this a chop?
Oh, it's a chop. Okay.
Way tougher. It's like night and day.
If he was gonna lead out, I would prefer
Look at
more
that.
like 250, 350. But when you go 100, it's really only for value, and there's just not many hands that are. One, you're gonna get every worse hand to fold, and two, you're gonna get every better hand to raise or just call.
The value bet was on the turn, right?
He led on the river.
Right, but he missed the bet on the turn, which could represent, a straight versus.
Yeah,
Just
Jammer did bet the flop, which his range is so strong. But the thing is, because his range is so strong, you're only targeting Jack Queen, which is 2 pair on that board, and Ace Queen, which is a better kicker, and Aces, which is a better pair. So like, there's not really like any hands that you're targeting when you bet there.
I see Poker Travel has all our chip collection out there. He's got the orange plaque for 1,000, a couple 500 of the purple and beige, bunch of blacks, bunch of greens, bunch of reds.
We gave him a play set of all the chips so that he could show off exactly what Rounders has,
Let's see him build a bridge with that plaque in there somehow. Wow, Ace 10 versus King 10 and a 10 count.
Oh my gosh. And it's rainbow.
Oh my goodness.
This is going to get, well, actually it's Alex, so I could see this getting not too big.
Well, he played pretty aggressive with the flush draw against the aces. He's just calling.
Pretty clean turn.
That's a Badoogie.
Yeah, we can see maybe we can get a win-loss stat after this. I'm not sure if we can do that. But
It'll be 15, 30 minutes later if you ask
okay.
because of the delay.
So we'll get that up sometime in the future. But we do have a win-loss screen. It will come up eventually.
Sit down, lettuce.
Yeah, let us see the board.
Let us see.
All right, there he goes.
No ace, no king, no queen. Wow.
Yeah, and that is a clean run out. I mean, there's not many hands that you're going to be losing to with either hand. I think Chaz is going to go for a big bet. How big? I think
500.
More on the 3/4 side, but I definitely can see 500 to 600. So yeah, it was 3/4. Now to raise or to call, I think that you are gonna mostly want to call, but I think you can also raise. Does just call. He missed a couple raises throughout the hand, but it's never that bad to just take down your showdown.
That's a nice size pot.
It's kind of a spot where you really want to think, what hands do my opponent really have that could bet 3 streets?
I'm just surprised the pot didn't get much bigger than that with the Chaz leading out and him not raising.
Yeah, and that's kind of, there's 3 things, right? One is that he's a little afraid maybe. He wants to lock up a win. 2, he might not be thinking about, what hands does my opponent generally have in this spot, and are they really beating ace 10? I mean, is Chaz really betting 3 streets for value with like a 6-10 or something? Most of his hands are going to be queen 10, jack 10, king 10, and you really want to target that range rather than think about the range that he has that's winning.
I folded pocket sevens. I thought I was being.
I can't like.
But
I was
you
being
know,
you really.
you can always take your, you know, it's always nice. You just made $700 just calling, so
And he got slow
it's never that wrong.
I don't remember.
Right, if you raise and you get shoved on, what are you gonna do? You put them on a set, 2 pair.
Yeah.
Worst case scenario.
No, I don't think you're in it at all.
I do this shit all the time. I just
Yeah, there's
Because
actually
of that
a-
run out. Now, if there's a different run out where maybe there wasn't a straight possibility.
There's always really good merit in what's like a really good tool that people use, which is bet fold. The one of the things that you kind of learn as you're going up is the ability to bet fold. It's really strong.
Well, Chaz has a nut flush draw
Sure.
and a Broadway.
It's key.
Ceddy showing that he's playing a bit tight right now.
Well, Edward has an ace, so he's just gonna play it slow, try and fade a club.
And that's an interesting card because that appears to give Chaz more equity, but very much doesn't. I bet he knows.
If you look up on Bravo right now,
They're busy as fuck. I was
tables of 10-10. Wow. 10 tables? Pennsylvania? Sickest games ever. Well, are not private, but I'm saying sickest game ever played in Sparta. Casino isn't there. I played a poker.
Oh, there it is.
Almost a straight flush.
Players there.
But he does have the nuts.
Smackers, they come down and play.
And his opponent has a straight, and Edward is someone who is not prone to calling on this river.
Yeah, and the thing is, Ceddy makes a flush with his pair of threes. He had the 3 of clubs. And someone else had the deuces. They make a flush as well.
Yeah.
But nothing worth calling.
How big did he go?
1,100?
Yeah, I'm surprised he hasn't been using, and this is kind of what I was talking about, he hasn't really been bluffing. I'm surprised he hasn't been using sizings like this more often.
But anyway, they played like a little roped off section, like 50, 100.
Actually, Paul Pierce
I mean, of course he wants to have him have a weaker club, a little long, you know, maybe a straight, but I don't think a straight can call there.
You can play with him all over.
It's very, very easy to call with a straight here, only because the ace, the king, the 10 are all accounted for in terms of flushes. So you're only losing to a hand like queen jack with the queen of clubs. But Chaz would never be betting with like a 6 high 7. I mean a 6 high 8 high.
Oh, he makes the call.
Yeah, I don't blame him. Chaz would never be betting with a 6 high 8 high 9 high flush draw here, so he has to only have the queen of clubs.
Dude, that's my son right here, dude. You don't know it.
Yeah, bro.
Oh, yeah. The guy here? Yeah.
My goodness.
Yeah, I don't look that
Chaz is pretty much always taking any other club showdown. So it really sucks for Ed that it happened to be. If that river wasn't the 10 of clubs, like say it was like a jack of clubs, Ed can fold easily. But because it's the 10 of clubs, very particularly has more bluffs in his range for Chaz.
Rewind it.
Huh? I just don't. You're still that's what you're in the tournament? Yeah. I was wondering
Gets a slow roll and now gets the
the
straight card Eddie Binks to make a straight.
And it looks like he wants to add on. These are the dangerous nights.
You win the fucking tournament, I'm gonna be so
These are the times you got to remember that, you know.
He made a decision. Nope.
Yeah. You always got to remember there's tomorrow. Never has to just be today.
How much pyramids up or down? Honestly, they keep a lot of my plays.
As you can see, we have Mystery Bounty seats all around us. That's how big the tournament got.
Oh, yes. We still got over 100 people playing the Mystery Bounty.
Oh, okay. When it gets into the I start busting.
I mean, I never sold.
Right now, I'm just trying to avoid it.
Nashville said that should have been an easy fold with all the clubs out there.
No, it's very common for people to think that these spots are just easy folds.
Well, it's because we can see it on TV.
Yeah. When you know that a player such as Chaz is capable of making bluffs like that, I have played against Chaz in a spot where, he's made those plays, those exact plays, the same exact way, and I've made that call on similar boards and been right more often than
I don't think it
wrong.
really makes a difference.
I can't fucking drive it.
Yeah.
I mean, I should, bro. Please.
I know what happened here, but I don't know how Matt got into this hand.
Kelvin opened 150 and Matt called on one of the straddles,
On the ground.
and then
Out flops him.
out flops him. Kelvin continues to bet.
15.
This is a very interesting river. I think this is a river that Kelvin can go a little bigger, but I think he might check, maybe thinking that they're chopping. But if he knows that Matt always only has a jack, he can go like 600. And I don't like this sizing very much.
Too small.
Too small. You got to really think about what your opponent is generally going to have.
Well, he's betting the one person that would fold.
And yeah, if he had gone like 600, 550, can't call off the jack, but you're getting too good of a price with the 235, and it doesn't really make sense when your opponent bets on the 10.
Is the last hand?
Yes, sir.
There's our chip counts.
Oh yeah, whoever was looking for the chip counts, there you are.
Look, Dominator's up 500. He was stuck 3,000. Now he's have a profit of 538.
Chaz too. Chaz was down almost 5K.
Yeah, 240 is a win.
Yeah.
Minus 240 is a win.
He was down 4.8, 4.6 at the low point.
And Calvin stepped in here, ladies, up 1.3. Of course, the aces over the ace, queen of clubs, flush draw.
Yeah, it's a really good spot to be in. Oh, they're playing a PLO bomb pot.
Oh, we're coming up on the last few hands, guys.
Hope you've enjoyed it so far.
Yep, we're going to do it again real soon. And we have a couple streams coming up. We have a big cash game coming up. Hope you guys tune into that. We have a lot of players from out of town going to be playing on that. Jesse Sylvia. I wonder if I can think of his name. I can't think of it right now. Sorry about that, guys. Got thrown for a loop. Okay, yeah, I think Ashley's going to be playing, right? Poker Face Ash.
Yeah.
And then, of course, Chaz and Ceddy. Ebony's going to be playing. Young Man's going to be playing.
Young Man.
These are people I believe are on the list, along with Yu Chan.
Okay.
DQ. And Poker Guru.
That's a great lineup.
That is going to be, and that's the big game. That's going to be Friday, November 18th. And then also that next Monday we'll be doing the final table of the $1 million guarantee. So that's exciting coming up. We're gonna have a huge turnout here. We already have this month.
Oh, yeah.
The South Texas Poker Championship is right here, Rounders Card Club in San Antonio, Texas.
Ooh, and Kelvin picking up some insane hands here. He has I was going to say I actually would have liked to see a raise from Kelvin on the flop with the double gutter, but he has nut. Always great to have nut. He's going to want to probably pot it, to be honest. It looks like he does. Probably going to get all folds, but regardless, it's a beautiful spot to be in.
Well, 6-3-7. Matt needs a 4 or the board to pair on the bottom board with a 7-3-6. But all his outs are pretty much gone with Calvin having half of them in his hand.
Yeah. And looking back at it, I probably would have liked more like 350, but I still probably would pot in the moment.
He could think he's good on one board, though. That's the problem.
Well,
Matt can think he's good on the one board.
Oh, it looks like Matt is calling. This is quite a call.
Oh, my gosh. You don't want any red cards because it won't get him any action.
Yeah. Oh, and
The 6 makes him a bigger straight.
whoa, wait.
Does he have 4-7?
He has flush on one side for sure.
Spades. Yes, he's got
Yeah.
spades.
But Kelvin still has the nuts
Yeah, so they're
on
gonna
the other
chop it.
side.
He
Well-
needed a 4 that.
Depends. Actually, yeah, the 4 of spades. If the cards switch, Matt actually scoops it. But Kelvin can go pot here. Okay, this isn't gonna get a fold, but pot might have.
Yeah, he was like, I think I'm good. I got it.
And that's the thing is like
Chop, chop.
Matt was drawing to like 20% to just chop for
I mean,
almost $1,000 instead of he could have just folded and not had to be in a situation like
But
that.
he did have scooping possibilities.
Yeah,
He did have scooping possibilities.
against specific hand, yeah, but it's a little hard in that spot. You can see here's our chip counts, and there are cumulative winnings.
Yep, you see the guys are packing up, racking up.
Travel
So
is going good.
we'd like to say thank you guys for watching the stream tonight. Make sure you come to Rounders Card Club. We do have.
I'm so in love with you. You got me down again.